Lisamira. The State Department for Interior and National Administration is among the leading government ministries and departments whose budgets have received approval. The Controller of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, said the approval now gives them leeway to draw monies from the Exchequer to fund the programs in the 2025-2026 financial year. The Interior Department and the National Police Service have been allocated 32.6 billion shillings and 125 billion shillings respectively. Nyakango has confirmed that her office has completed approving the budget for the national government a month into the 2025-2026 financial year. She, however, decried the fact that the majority of county governments are yet to submit their budgets to her office for scrutiny and approval. Renowned gospel singer and activist Reuben Kigame on Thursday sought court approval to privately prosecute Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen, accusing him of crimes against humanity during the 2024 and 2025 Gen Z protests. Kigame is accusing Murkomen, Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja, National Intelligence Service Director General Nordin Haji, and Director of Criminal Investigations Mohammed Amin of orchestrating and permitting extrajudicial killings. He's also accusing the security bosses of abductions, enforced disappearances, torture, and the systematic suppression of peaceful protesters who took to the streets to oppose the Finance Bill 2024, rising cost of living, and corruption in government. Kigame wants clearance to pursue the case at the ICC.
You look at the United Nations provisions for human dignity and the right of citizens, you can be sure that this government has systematically violated all of them and killed at will, including violating Article 26 of our Constitution that guarantees right to life. We stand here today to file this case, believing soon that the court will grant us leave to proceed to the highest possible level. Having exhausted all the Kenyan options, we will have no other choice but to push it all the way to the International Criminal Court.
Civil society groups on Thursday continue to accuse the government of criminalizing dissent by leveling terrorism charges against protesters. Led by Foundation for Dialogue Director Dr. Michael Mugo, they've accused the government of attempting to stoke fear among Kenyans. Mugo said they've moved to court seeking orders to have the charges dropped.
It cannot be used to deal with politics. It cannot be used to deal with criminal offenses like murder. It cannot be used to deal with arson. It cannot be used to deal with people who cause malicious damage. It cannot be used to deal with kids who throw stones. So we have gone to court to petition the High Court to clear that this prosecution of protest-related offenses on terrorism charges to be declared as unconstitutional.
Mugo's remarks came hours after Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen repeated his calls that the Law Society of Kenya is shielding suspected terrorists under the guise of human rights by defending individuals accused of orchestrating violent unrest.
Still insist. I still see the president of LSK going about defending criminals. Yes, we know that they are suspects. Who doesn't know that? But they are suspects of terror. And we are not relenting on that fact that those people deserve to be charged for acts of terror, to instill fear in the public, and to their objective is to make sure that there are no working institutions by banning courts, banning police stations, stealing guns, killing people, banning supermarkets, and we will charge them for what they have done.
Murkomen further maintained that the government will not be cowed by critics who accuse police of using brute force while handling protesters.
We remain firm, very firm, and those who are opposed to this must be told that they cannot intimidate us. I hear some saying, oh, you know, the minister, the IG, the who. We know the law. They can go and intimidate other people, but they cannot intimidate us. We know what we are doing, we know the law, we know what it takes to secure a country, and we are not going to do politics with our nation. We will deal with all these criminals for who they are and go for them for what they have done.
The Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KenGen, has begun geothermal exploration in Tanzania Tanzania now joins Zambia, Ethiopia, Eswatini and Djibouti as countries benefiting from Kenyan's expertise. The initiative aligns with the commitments established in the Paris Climate Agreement 2015 aimed at helping countries reduce their carbon emissions, limit global temperature rise and address climate-related disasters. Kenya also announced progress in the revamp of the Okari geothermal power plant in Naivasha, which is now in its final phase. The company reported the successful delivery and installation of the third and final steam turbine generator unit at the Okari 1 power plant. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is not...
Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, The only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning to you this Friday. It's the 1st of August. It's the 8th month of the year, and we're getting into it proper. And it's Friday. It's the first, it's the last, and it's everything in between. First being the first of the month, last being the last show of the week. Everything in between is everything in between. Dennis Aseto, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Okoh. How are you?
Mimi niko salama.
Ulilala salama?
No.
Nilifika nyumbani salama?
Nilifika nyumbani salama, lakini sikulala vizuri.
What happened?
Did you say sikulala salama? Did you say that? I don't know. So I'm an overthinker. So my overthinking went into overdrive last night.
Okay.
I'm just answering your question. You're looking at me worried.
Overdrive, overthinker.
Pro Max.
That
was it
because
yesterday.
of school?
Sorry?
Because of school?
Too many things, man.
Too many things, yeah. Mpian Salama still slept at around 2. I'm tired, man. But
you slept this morning?
Yes, I slept this morning.
I'm so sorry. Tukuoshe na kahawa?
Yes. Na upako wa bwana.
Tunaweza kuosha na... You know, if he's looking at me, through the glass. By the way, there's a book called Through the... There's a book called Through the Looking Glass.
She's just behind
is it a movie?
you. Yeah, she's that fast. She's
I
that
could
quick.
feel somebody looking at me.
Yeah.
But Raniar is here. Raniar today refused to wake up in the morning. And so he had to do the thing to
But he warned us yesterday.
That what?
That yesterday was Friday.
Oh, so he
was
thought
coming back
that,
on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised. Yeah. Shock on you.
Rani, how are you?
Welcome, bro.
Kosalama.
Ulipeleka wapi Mboshori?
Who?
He's Bini.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting. It just sounds like somebody's name. I don't know why. Walking around somebody with in your pocket.
Otherwise?
Kosalama hapa. See, we have a couple of things to talk about today. All right.
They not decided to do that thing, yeah?
So today is one Dennis down because it's Friday. But, as we always say, we'll hold down fort and try to keep these things front and center in terms of conversations. Sawa.
Kabisa.
If he is there, good. She has given all of you a thumbs up and says, let's run this thing from here. We go run them, as we say in Pidgin. So... number of conversations that we will have this morning, and the first of those is at 7 a.m. It's a Healthy Friday conversation. It's a snip conversation, and it's going to be held with Dr. Omanwa. He's going to be talking to us about vasectomy. We've had this conversation before, but the thing here is that more and more in the limelight is family planning conversations are happening, and the question that men be more involved when it comes to family planning and birth control. Male contraception today is essentially what we're going to be talking about. So not necessarily just snip, but we've seen a couple of stories in the news over the last couple of days about the trials having then come into, final stages for the male contraceptive pill. So we'll have a conversation with Dr. Kireki Omanwa and Naom Achoka, who is a family planning expert. Let's delve into this thing properly. When we read that story the other day, men were like, never, no way, can never happen. Well, let's look at it medically this morning on our Healthy Friday conversation that takes place at 7 a.m. Stephen Munyako Abdul Karim was in a Saudi Arabia prison for 15 years. He was due to be executed because of murder charges that were leveled against him, and he had been found guilty. It had gone into conversations with the family of the deceased, and after a very long time, what they called bloodlet was supposed to take place. According to Sharia law, even if you don't die for the crime, that you can pay for blood that was spilled. The Muslim League essentially ponied up $1 million to have him released. So he paid, that price was paid for him essentially in bloodlet. And we had seen that his mother had gone round the country really trying to raise this money previously, but it didn't happen until the league stepped in. Stephen is back in Kenya. He's talked a little bit here and there. We're going to have a conversation with him at 8 o'clock. Saved from the jaws of death, 15 years in a Saudi prison. We'll talk about his experiences and what he went through and, you know, all of this. It'll give us an opportunity to get an inward perspective into what happened. People want to know. We'll talk about it. Our Youth Perspective wraps up the week for us today at 9 a.m. with Njeri Kahiga, who's a national youth leader, and Christopher Mureithi, leadership consultant, who'll be taking the week in review. A number of things have happened, a number of issues here and there. We'll wrap that up with our Youth Perspective with these two at 9. So that's what we're talking about today, getting into it. Asante Sana always for joining us and getting into the room as we do. This is the Situation Room. It's the 1st of August. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And Dennis with you. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience on KTN. As you tune in around terrestrial radio and on TV around the country, the region, and the world. Karibu Sana. We will comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. That is what we do. Karibu as we do that. We'll say hello to you in a minute as you're getting into the room. Keep knocking in. We'll talk to you in just a bit. We are on the last day in Vanilla Island.
Yes. Vanilla Island, land of King Julian, also known as the Lemma.
Yeah.
You know, a country that separated from Africa 188 million years ago and from India 80 million years ago.
There you go.
Yes. So the 4th largest island in the world. And today's proverb: better to lose small bits of money than to lose bits of friendship.
Well, yeah, true. A friend that you cannot. There's some things you just can't purchase. No matter what you do, no matter how you try, or even if you did say, "Well, let me buy it," it wouldn't measure up.
Yeah.
So you'd rather lose money than lose a friend, and maybe even a true friend.
Yeah.
Not the fair weather kind.
Yeah,
I agree.
Then you look at the value of money is distinct. A shilling is a shilling. What you can buy with a shilling is known. But what really is the value of friendship? Absolutely.
Yeah. What really is the value of friendship? Sure, for us to look through into that this morning. All right. That's our problem for today. It will be good to see what people have to say about that as we get into it. It is a new month indeed, and I hope that as you get into it, I think today very heavily about Edward Quach and the things that he used to say, you know, may the wind be at your back and may the road rise to meet you, even as we get into this new month. So may it be that way for everybody as we navigate the waters of life, getting into it properly. Okay, so let's say hi to people who are tuning in this morning, wherever it is that you are. Let's take it up from our live streams. Our folks on Facebook, Karibu Sana, good morning. We know you start to trickle in much later than everybody else, but good to have you in all the same. And just looking into our other live streams this morning, a very, very good morning to you as you tune in today. Sawa sawa. So here it is. And Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa. Good morning to you, sir. And good morning, SpiceFM. Listening in, says George Demo. Peter Kiaria says, good morning from Mombasa. If people get mad when you raise your standards, it's probably just because they didn't make the cut. Wow. That's deep.
Yep.
R says, it's true, I have 16 children, Ndu. I'm a proud father of many. Serikali's idea.
I know.
Well, perhaps the conversation that we're going to have at 7 o'clock in terms of family planning will do some good, bro. If you really do.
Snips should be a reality now.
Sheesh. Or maybe a previous conversation, no? Good Don Saba, good morning to you. We are well, Asante Sana. Bernard Mwangi says good morning, tuned in from Thika. Carol Nyambura says good morning, everybody, and happy new month. Wishing you all God's blessings in the new month. Amen, my sister. James Dan says good morning and happy new month, my elders. Okay. Isaac Hale says good morning, Team Spice. Missed you guys. Been doing my share in building the nation. Well done. And don't ever stop. Desmond Oti says the gambling card KK government is playing with education sector is worse. Anyways, uzuri mimi nishafikisha umri ya kukunywa chase na fourth. So because you're not a student anymore, okay. Good morning from Nairobi, says Pan-African. Michael Olande says, bonjour mes amis, good morning to you. Man P, good Friday, watu wangu, tuned in from Austin, Texas. Mashel says, good morning, Team Spice. And Hisa Daniel is tuned in and says, happy new month. Isaac Ndirito says, good morning from Luxembourg and happy new month to SpiceFM. Thank you so much. Hello, Princess Ndu, Aseto, and Dennis. Yes, good morning to Dennis Okari as well. Nakada by now should have realized that you can't cure a social vice with laws. Even if the drinking age is 40, humans will find a way around the law. Yeah. I have to agree. Yeah. There has got to be a different way to deal with some of these things. The person who said rules are made to be broken kind of knew what they were saying.
Exactly what they were saying, because as we already exist, I mean, 18 years is the age limit, but you find underage still consuming alcohol. So even if you raise it to 100,
people are going to find a way.
They're going to find a way.
So there is a way to send this information and send these messages. And perhaps that's what we should be looking at. Stanley Gasha says, good morning, Team TSR from Juja Farm. We see you. Good morning. King Dave Lubale says, good morning. I love Spice FM. Well, 3 hearts to you, my friend. Eric Awar says, good morning. Leo still asking, what has been the efficacy of Mutuda laws for there to be a need to propose new laws and policies? Well, perhaps that's something to look at. Bernardito says, Guten Morgen from Doha. Good morning. There's only one Dennis here on Friday, but, you know, it's a Dennis. All the same. Dr. Venvik is tuned in from Tudor in Mombasa. Dennis Awino says good morning. And Bwangi Juma is tuned in as well. How are you all? Well, we're well. Hope God is in control. He is. Bwangi, God bless you, man. He definitely is. Abub Mamo says good morning. Thanks for doing great and informative work. Thank you for always tuning in. Irene Wajohi, good morning, my people. We're ready for our morning dose. Indeed. All right, we're bringing it hot. The sisters say good morning. Good morning at Spice FM, the Situation Room from Houston, Texas. Happy new month to you all. Let's continue the great conversations in our Penda Nyote. You too, Margaret Wajohi. Good morning. Joe Mungai, tuned in from Bonnie Lake. Maraga or Okoh Mtata are the best suited to reset Kenya. Sawa. Raimtula Omar is tuned in this morning. Agola says, good morning, Spices, and happy August. Cheers to you too, my sister. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Dennis and Ndu. Wishing you a happy Friday and a new month. Tuned in from Portland in Oregon. Mohammed Noor says, good morning. Well, good morning, Mohammed. You're tuned in from Gwangju. I hope you're doing great. We are. And happy and safe travels to you. Barry Bethwell says good morning, tuned in as well from Kiambu and Kiabu. Vincent Disho says good morning. May this month bring you favor. Amen. Hope the week is well. You're tuned in from Balochistan, Pakistan. Where? Pierre Wajohi also says good morning. Good people. Bwangi Juma says today's proverb, Mtu ni utu. What's utu is the?
Mtu ni utu. Humility.
Oh, okay. Christina A says, good morning. Have a beautiful weekend. It's already weekend here. Cindy. Isaac Tuwe says, good morning. Happy new month. John Gishuki, good morning. Hey, thank you so much. Nice top. It's only my favorite color, you know. Anne says, good morning. Glad the proverb today was PG. Ndu lost it yesterday. Me. Was it me? Sami Mwalili says good morning. Tuned in, have a great day. Tuned in from Ukunda is General Isa Mathenge. Happy new month, Team Spice, says Ken Kagai. Looking forward to a great conversation. Thank you for being here. Hussein Kelvin is tuned in as well. Able to tell us, have you ever heard of any ministry that is working now that teachers are complaining? How do you add 1K to what? Paul Njeri here, you've asked this question many times. We've given the answer. Let's keep it moving. Good morning to you. Greetings. Nahashon says good morning. Ndindi, educate legislators on the economy. We should bring him. We're working on it. And Paul Njeri here, okay. I don't know, Paul. Maybe you should tune in every day so that you can get the information and keep it smooth, right? Mr. Henry says good morning, tuned in as well. Good morning and happy new month. President increased university fees from 28 to 160k, then wait for people to complain. Then you reduced the price to 60k and asked for people to clap for you. Yeah, I know. Ubuntu Now Moja says Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell, good morning to you. Keith Kinoti says, boo, my usual monthly proof of viewership. I see you. Karibu Sana from the rafters. Mark Mwenyewe says, good morning. Good morning to you. Isaac is also tuned in. Nahashon says, good morning. Can alcohol be sold on eCitizen? That's a good question. Mtuflani, happy new month to you too. Vandeep Singh Sagu says, good morning. Tuned in from Eldoret, listening while at the gym. Good stuff. And Jimmy Munudhi says good morning and have a wonderful weekend, even as we get into it. Karibu Sana, everybody. Thank you for tuning in every morning as you do. We never do take it for granted that you can take the time to not just tune in and listen to these conversations, but say a word and greet everybody. So that's great that you do that. We continue with these conversations. It's necessary that we do. All right. Let's look into the headlines today. Before that, let me tell you something.
Tell me.
Have you downloaded the Loop app?
Me? Yes.
You've downloaded the Loop app?
Yeah, it's orange.
Orange
Beautiful.
thingy-mabob? Okay. Now, what we want people to do today, because today, as we're going into the weekend, and sometimes things happen. It's the end of the month, it's the beginning of a new month, but really not the end of the month for some people because, you've not been paid or whatever. So, this is where the Loop Quick Loan comes into play, all right? You can apply for up to 100,000 bob. Very low interest fees, no hidden charges, no queues, no paperwork, none of that stuff that would stop people from even thinking about going in to take a loan. So all of that stuff can be done from the comfort of your fingertips, literally in the app. So this is what you need to do. Let your fingers do the walking this morning. Go to your Loop app, go to the Grow tab and click on Quick Loan. Go to Quick Loan and then you make an application. As you're doing that, take a screenshot of it. I'm giving you many things to do this morning. It's actually quite simple. Take a screenshot of it and send it to our DMs. SpiceFM KE on YouTube, Facebook, and on Instagram, all those lovely places. Tell us what you would do with an extra 5,000 shillings this morning. And then you know what? We could give it to you. And you could go into your weekend.
You could imagine what 5,000 bob can do to you or for you.
Absolutely.
Especially when the end of the month is not yet
the end of the month for you.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is what you need to do. Go to your Google Play Store, Apple App Store if you're not downloading the app. Make the application, send us a screenshot, and then wait. That's all you need to do. And as you remember, that Loop is not just an app. It's a lifestyle. Sawa.
Kabisa.
Fantastic. I'll remind you again later, but that's how we start the day. I'm Namnagane EVE. Evio.
Kabisa.
All right. So let's look into the headlines this morning, shall we? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Time to face justice. Again, pictures. Your CS for Internal Security and National Administration is Kipchumba Murkomen. He's on the front page there. Also is Mohammed Amin, who's the DCI boss, as well as Douglas Kanja, who is the Inspector General of Police. In the corner there is gospel artist and presidential aspirant Reuben Kigame. A legal firestorm is closing in on State House officials as the government faces mounting accusations of crimes against humanity over the brutal crackdown on Gen Z protesters. Presidential aspirant and gospel musician Reuben Kigame has filed a petition asking the court to, amongst other things, find the security chiefs responsible for the deaths of over 100 Gen Z protesters. A crime, he argues, warrants adjudication at the International Criminal Court. He's listed names there of people who have died. He says a country cannot turn a blind eye to the recent murders, torture and abductions of its citizens exercising their rights to protest, as it goes against the very core values of the nation. So it might be interesting. Let's see. Is it time? Will they be called? As far as the ICC is what we're talking about now, let's see what happens with that. It is a petition and it looks like Reuben Kigame is not backing down. Who gains from a new varsity's fees edict? While parents have something to smile about, administrators rue the cuts, warn that institutions might shut down in the long term. Because what you've done is that you've reduced fees. I don't know. You've reduced fees. Okay, we'll look into the details of the story, but already confusing.
Yeah.
Because then what is going to happen? If you're not going to be able to fund university education, then you reduce the fees, then what kind of funding goes to universities to run the thing for which they're going on strike in the first place, back and forth?
Because remember now, we're talking about reducing fees, so that means whatever parents are paying is low. But then again, even the capitation allocated to universities is not being sent on time. So what exactly are you communicating to administrators of these universities is the question.
Elon Musk's X and CA fight off indecency hate speech claims in the It's starting. The state tells Kenyans to brace for higher fuel prices. There's a picture of your energy CS there, Opio Wandai. So they might be telling us come the 14th of August, we might see another thing doing the thing.
You know what that would the streets would say? You're being marinated for what is yet to come. Just be
knowing before we light the stove.
Exactly.
School driver who defiled pupil gets life after appeal.
It is.
I don't know what he was appealing to then for something not to happen, but he defiled a child, has changed the course of this child's life forever. And permanently. Some would say it's not enough. DPP seeks to revive officer's abduction case. Well, let's see how that goes. And students get relief after fees cut, but varsity stare at harder times. All of this just being kind of thrown up in the air. Look into the details of some of those. Let's look into the sports pages because we know that today is the 1st of August. And what does that mean? Tomorrow is the 2nd. What else does that mean? It means that the Africa Cup of Nations kicks off tomorrow, the 2nd of August. And teams have been training. Things have been happening. Let's see what it means as we get into Chan, which normally happens January, February of every other year. But, you know, because of issues here and there, was not possible. So let's see, as the tournament kicks off tomorrow, who's up to grab it? The moment Kenyans have been waiting for is finally here at the historic football tournament kicks off this weekend with all eyes on Harambee Stars. That's on the front page of the Star. Tell us what's on The Nation as we go into it.
The Nation, teachers shocker over pay increase. Now, celebrations by teachers over a recently sealed 33 billion shillings pay deal have been short-lived after it dawned on most of their take-home is a drop in the ocean, with some lamenting the increment is less than 1,000 shillings per month. Now, today, the mouth, the lip has decided no. Disgruntled tutors are now accusing their unions and the government of hoodwinking them with the mouth-watering bargain, only to be left holding the short end of the stick. So the recently signed CBA by teachers seems not to be impressing the tutors themselves, like those especially in the lower cadres saying 1,000 bob, haiwezi. Now, remember Nduta? You remember Nduta?
Okay. Yeah,
the girl in Vietnam?
Yes.
Yes. So there's recent development, and she's been spared execution in Vietnam but sent to jail for life. Yes, Margaret Nduta has been on death row for 2 years following her arrest and conviction on drug trafficking charges in Ho Chi Minh. Yesterday, Vietnam's People's Supreme Court upheld her conviction but commuted her death sentence to life imprisonment. So, she will not be killed but atakufia wapi jela.
Wow.
Now, opposition explores joint nominations in mini polls battle with the ruling side. So, we have the pending by-elections that do exist, and now opposition, whichever opposition you want to look at. How many oppositions do we have now?
My brother, I don't even know. Because I don't know.
There is the people's opposition and there is the opposition that is now in broad-based government. Anyway, all of them are looking to field candidates for the by-election. It's interesting to see how that would go. And there's also that story on a state reducing varsity fees after concerns over new funding model. But as stated, university managers now asking the question, how are we going to operate? There is a likelihood that they would shut down in the long term. Now, family distraught but relieved their kin will not face death penalty. That is Nduko's story. And now here we have the turning of dusk to dawn. So that is Steve-O's story, who came back to the country. Shall be having that conversation in studio a little bit later. And Kigame goes after Murkomen police over Gen Z deaths. That is on page 4 of The Nation. And why court undid acquittal of Anglo leasing suspects. That is in the corridors of justice. And PSS and 3 businessmen were cleared last year before prima facie case was established against them. Yeah, so pretty much that's all there is in the Daily Nation, as well as if you look at the back page, it is all about Chan and Angola aim for the knockout stage as well. As we look at the Angolan team arriving at the JKIA, as well as I was told it is the Republic do Congo, RDC.
Wait.
Yes, Democratic Republic of Congo players landed at JKIA as well. And yesterday there is an advisory that was given with regard to traffic disruptions along major roads, especially around Nyayo National Stadium.
Yep.
And people have been asked to use alternative routes because I think due to security and ensuring the place is secure, traffic has been diverted to other roads.
Makes sense.
Yes.
We're likely to see that happening later. Let's look at the Star quickly, looking at those headlines. And indeed, yes, front page of the Star is all about Chan. It is here. The moment Kenyans have been waiting for is finally here as the historic football tournament kicks off this weekend with all eyes on Harambee Stars. Okay. And of course, there's a team. Benny McCarthy is hoping to bring the cup, or rather to have the cup here for the first time in history. So let's see if that happens. Did you know? Okay, of course, China is going to take a lot of the headlines going into, but we've been talking about it for some time. Ever since, it looked doubtful as to whether the tournament would hold in January, February, as it normally does. And then it was clear that because some facilities were not ready, that now we see that CS Salim Vuria has, spoken and talked about the fact that, everything is in order now. Let's see as we get into the tournament this weekend and over the next 3 weeks, until the 30th of August, almost 4 weeks. Let's see how that goes. So Uganda, Tanzania and Kenya host this biannual African tournament. Looking into other headlines in the Star, ex-Governor Waitito out on 53 million shillings bond. My friend,
don't joke.
Gotta ask yourself how you're doing that.
Yeah, no.
He's been serving you've given me your disease. He's been serving a prison sentence after being convicted in graft charges. So I know you're already asking, so then how did he get out on bond if you're already serving your sentence? Well, he's been released from prison on a 53 million shilling bond pending the hearing of his appeal. So remember that until all avenues of appeal have been exhausted, then a person remains guilty. But we'll look into details of that. So if you see him walking around, it's not because he's done a prison break. It's because he's been given a 53 million shilling bond.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yo. So,
all right.
I'm seeing here a story on a new bid to regulate traditional medicine, but achana na hiyo. Let's go to the Nairobian. There's this story here that just caught my attention.
Here we go.
You remember we had Reverend Kiama here?
Yes.
And he talked about how witchcraft does exist and what he's doing, especially to the religious institutions. But now let's look at how a pastor lost millions to a witch doctor. Want to know how?
Good Lord. Yes, sure, go.
Desperate to escape a mountain of debt and revive his dwindling congregation, Pastor Mark Ndinyo Hamala turned to two self-styled spiritual consultants only to be conned out more than 1.4 million shillings. The founder of Grace Community Bible Church took part in midnight rituals along the Indian along the Indian Ocean, where he was instructed to carry a clay pot on his head after being convinced the bizarre undertaking would end his struggles. You know what ended? His 1.4 million Kenya shillings.
How was he paying 1 million shillings? What was he paying to go walk on the ocean?
Yeah, to carry that pot along the ocean so that his dwindling fortunes would revive.
But he had 1.4 million shillings.
Yes.
To pay these guys to give him a pot to walk on the beach.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Because his congregation at church was going down. What does that mean? Offering is low. So then he needed more people to come back to church and for his fortunes to keep increasing. So what do? So witchcraft is there. And they can assure me of congregation and money. 1.4 million shillings is a little to pay. It's a small price to pay.
Okay.
Now he's complaining. Are you shocked? No.
No, what did you expect? That you needed to even go to a witch doctor and that you're a pastor. How about we start having that conversation first of all? But, maybe these things are actually real.
Swahili would say, msiba wa kujidunga wambi pole.
Meaning that is what now?
That is, if you have a wound that you've inflicted upon yourself, no one will tell you sorry. Yeah, you invited it upon yourself.
You brought it on yourself,
yes.
Didn't you just?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look into this varsity fees edict, shall we? Students get relief after fees cut, but varsities stare at harder times. I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. The government has lowered tuition fees for university students, but in doing so has pushed the institutions already wallowing in 85 billion shillings of debt into a deeper financial mess. Starting September, students' fees will be slashed by up to half. The government is yet to remit 17 this adds to the existing 85 billion shilling debt owed to public universities. I don't even want to go on because there's just too much. It's at the same time, when you want to be able to try and do a good thing over here, you already have this much debt. You've not said, how are the varsity institutions then supposed to operate in this kind of mess? It's just, it's to get to the point where there's nothing academic, there's nothing philosophical to be said about it. It's just plain, simple, messy. It's messy that, you know, so much is owed, so much has not been paid. You lower the fees cost, fantastic. But then what about the universities that are already in debt, and by nature of them being public institutions, they only get a lot of their resources from somewhere. And you already owe them 85 billion.
It's not million, billion.
I have a headache. A brain freeze right now, because then you must how will we ever get out of it? I think that's the question. How do you ever get out of it to get to the point where we're not even saying be profit making, that you're balanced out at zero, that whatever you've brought in has gone towards expending this education towards students, and that nothing is owed to you, and that what you budgeted for, you've actually sent it out? When do we get to that point?
You know,
we're striving for zero. We're striving for zero.
We're striving for zero. That's the thing. Because here's a situation where you look at education institutions in the country and what it used to be, what it used to represent, you know, and what it is today, and you ask yourself, when did the rain start beating us? At what point did we just lose the plot? Because if you ask even today, are parents struggling to pay the school fees? In one way or the other, parents are paying these school fees for their children. But the only part that is not coming through for these students and even for these parents and education in the country is the government. Why isn't the government just remitting the allocated funding to these institutions? We're talking about 85 billion shillings. Now, we're talking about 2024 that has not even been remitted yet. Yet here again, what are we doing? We're striving the universities the funds that they need. We're not, it is a good thing for the parents and for the students, yes. But how is the government then balancing what they've taken away through the school fees to ensure that universities can run? It is a conversation that we're not seeing. It is a promise that is not being stated.
So essentially, we've seen about 60,000 shillings cut off, more or less. That's the average that we're seeing, and that will be reduced. But then, you know, and it's a good thing, and it's a welcome thought.
Yes.
But then, what happens to the institutions? And I think that is a question that then needs to be asked in terms of, you know, what happens.
Because the question is, you've removed 60,000 shillings. Good. It is easy for parents. Now let's look at how are we then balancing that 60,000 shillings so that the universities still get that which they need to run? So is the government increasing allocation? Are they even remitting already the allocations that they have? You know, because if you're removing from Paul, you need to get it from somewhere else. You need to get it from Nancy, so that these that you've taken away from Paul is still there in the system.
I don't know.
Anyway.
It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen with this, because it's messy. It is.
And you see, we're talking about tertiary institutions here. Now, this is the same problem we're talking about all the way from basic education, talking about primary, high school. Same story of the government not remitting allocations to schools.
Indeed. All right, share another story with us.
Let's talk about how Reuben Kigame wants 4 top security bosses to face justice for Gen Z deaths. Now, renowned gospel singer and activist Reuben Kigame yesterday sought court approval to privately prosecute Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, accusing him of crimes against humanity during the 2024-2025 Gen Z protest. Now, Kigame is accusing Murkomen, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, National Intelligence Services Director General Nurdin Haji, and Director of Criminal Investigations Mohammed Amin of orchestrating and permitting extrajudicial killings, abductions and forced disappearances, torture and the systematic suppression of peaceful protesters who took to the streets to oppose the Finance Bill 2024, rising cost of living and corruption in government. Now, in the petition filed at Milimani High Court, Kigame argues that these crimes occurring between June 2024 and July 2025 warrant immediate prosecution and accountability. He seeks the court permission to prosecute the officials, alleging that the Director of Public Prosecutions failed to initiate criminal proceedings against security chiefs. Now, Kigame is also seeking a declaration from the court allowing him to initiate proceedings at the International Criminal Court, stating that these states' response constitutes crimes against humanity under the Rome Statute. Now, he says, unless the perpetrators are prosecuted at the earliest opportunity, there will be a clear likelihood of a failure of public and private justice, he said. Now, Kigame's petition includes detailed account of state-sponsored brutality during the protest that erupted in response to the Finance Bill 2024, which proposed steep tax increases. Do you think Kigame has a case here?
Well, it really depends on what it is, because, you're not just going to rock up to the ICC with a thought and a prayer. If you're going to make your way to the ICC, which is what we understand is being done here, that there must have been compounded and watertight evidence that there is a problem here. Remember that even with the famous cases, because it's known to Kenya, the ICC cases of individuals from Kenya who were taken to the ICC, and that we saw that a lot of those cases collapsed because witnesses couldn't come forward. They're not the only ones.
Yes.
That there are cases from around the world where folks have been taken to the ICC and those cases have collapsed for lack of evidence. So like I said, it's not just somewhere you rock up to and say, okay, well, we would like this to be done and somebody must face the law at a global scale.
Yes.
You have to know, number one, what you're doing. You need to, the evidence that you take there, it can't be, like I said, it can't be on a thought and a prayer and a feeling. It has to be watertight, it has to be solid, because these are serious things that we're talking about. That the action upon which the Rome Statute then was ratified by countries, which then gave way to the formation of the ICC, was that there's certain things on a global scale that countries who then submit to the tenets of the United Nations are not going to allow. Now, when you see certain things happening and that you see that it is repetitive in nature and that it's compounded over time, that's when you now start to bring cases. It can be recommended, it can be suggested, but it is still based on evidence.
Yes.
Now, if you're going to go to a place like that, you need to have it. Do I think that it's going to make it through? I think the evidence will tell the story.
Yes.
It's the evidence that will say. Like I said, we're not romanticizing anything here. That this is a serious thing. It's not just like, I'm bored, let me go take something to the ICC. No. It's serious stuff. So, if it's going to, I would say that if you're going to go to that level, that you need to be sure beyond reasonable doubt of what you're doing. It cannot be that the whole nation is feeling a certain way, so let's go to the ICC, or that I think that this looks like, because one death is too much in my opinion. But when we say that rank and file is being taken to a particular court, are we sure 100%? If not, wait until you are, or don't waste your time. This is what I'm saying.
I think as well, if you look at what Kigame is saying, is that he's decided to go to the ICC because he does not trust the independent institutions in the country to do their job. Why am I talking about that? If you look at his court, he says he seeks court permission to prosecute officials, alleging that the DPP failed to initiate criminal proceedings against security chiefs. Now, if you look at the independent body, that is the office of the DPP, it is a body that is supposed to prosecute everyone in the country, including even instituting proceedings against the high and mighty in the country. So here's a question where an injustice has happened to Kenyans, and it is the DPP's job to investigate each and every case that has happened in the country. But you find that even now as we speak, the DPP picked up the matter of what's the individual who shot Boniface.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
After complaints and whatnot. But here's a question where, how about those in these offices whose responsibility is to ensure that police work within the law? Why is the DPP not taking such measures and ensuring that those with the highest responsibility appear before the court? So it is Kagame saying, I'm tired and I'm defeated because I do not trust the authorities in Kenya to do the right thing. What does that tell a common Kenyan who depends on ODPP for justice?
Well, I know, and I think the cases are so many, and then the request is that, you know, a lot of these cases then be looked into. But then what happens when time is needed is what we're being told. You wait it out. I don't know any other way to say it, but this is what we're being dealt, you know, at the moment, that you wait it out and then you see what will happen. The case of Boniface Karaoke and the gentleman who shot him, and this is not conjecture, it was seen, everybody saw the video, is now in court. There are questions around, if it wasn't so public in nature, would it have gone to court? That's one of the things that...
You remember there is that officer in Ngong who said, nendeni kwa nyumba, niko na ruhusa ya kukuua, leo utalala kwenye fridge. Where is that officer today? The independent unit, what is it called, IAU of the police officers, is it investigating that matter? Where is IPOA? Where is ODPP in ensuring that such statements don't happen? Where is NCIC? So here's a question where, if you look at the institutions mandated with the responsibility of ensuring that justice is given to Kenyans, are silent on such matters. So if you see Kagame deciding to go to the ICC, perhaps his evidence is strong, but what he's communicating is, I do not trust that authorities will give justice to Kenyans.
Yeah, I guess that's what he's saying by going here. Essentially saying that, well, we don't trust that anything will happen. Okay. There's a story here, and I think it's one of those ones that we look at when we talk about, and I know that this is a discussion that we'll be having in a couple of weeks. A school driver who defiled a pupil gets life after appeal. Not an interesting one, but not one that you want to be discussing. For nearly 7 years, Vincent Korir, a school driver, has never rested, moving from one court to another, challenging a decision that sent him to jail for 25 years. Remember the headline of the story? School driver who defiled people gets life after appeal. He had gone to appeal the decision, which had sent him to jail for 25 years. Korir had been sentenced to serve 25 years in jail by a Kericho court for defiling a 6-year-old girl in a judgment delivered on the 13th of March 2020. He allegedly committed the offence on March 24, 2018 in Bureti sub-county in Kericho County. Korir, as per court records, had been handed over the minor by her mother to take her to school. The minor's mother went back home after she boarded the vehicle. The minor, in her testimony, told the court she was the only passenger aboard the vehicle that had tinted windows. She said the man drove a short while and parked the vehicle before he would pick up other children and defiled her. Korir was, however, aggrieved by the trial court decision and lodged an appeal at the High Court, and the appeal was dismissed. Undeterred, he approached the Court of Appeal on a second appeal and filed his notice of appeal on the 25th of June 2021. In his appeal, he faulted the High Court judge for failing to subject the evidence to fresh scrutiny and thereby arriving at an erroneous decision. He added that the sentence meted out was harsh and excessive and prayed that his appeal be allowed and the conviction be quashed. The appellate court heard the appeal on the 30th of April this year. Court records indicate that before hearing the appeal, Korir was notified of a notice of an enhanced sentence by the state. The court gave the appellant a warning, cautioning him that if he elected to proceed with his appeal, his sentence would be enhanced to a lawful sentence if this court upheld his conviction. Conscious of the same and confirming to the court that he understood the meaning and tenor of the warning, the appellant elected to proceed with his appeal. Korir noted that the investigations done were too shoddy to create a direct linkage between him and the commission of the offence, adding that his mitigation was improperly rejected. The state, in opposing the appeal, said that all the ingredients of the offence of defilement were proved. The DPP urged the court to take into account the minor's evidence, which confirmed that the man had sexually assaulted her in a school van on a Saturday. Court of Appeal judges John Mativo, Mwaneke Gashoka and Weldon Korir, in their judgment, ruled that the findings of the trial and High Court were sound and dismissed the appeal for lack of merit. They set aside the 25-year sentence and substituted it with life imprisonment.
Straight from the pan
into the fire.
Yes.
And it was interesting because he was warned and said, you know what, the way you're coming at us and you're telling us one or the other, just be careful. He said, yes, I understand. And then went on to even say that your investigations were shoddy. Court said, okay. The evidence is watertight here, and we can see physiological evidence, physical evidence, and this minor is 6 years old. Now, this 25 years, leave it. Don't ever come out again.
You know, this is a case where it is one too many cases that we continue to see, and it is through such judgment that perhaps sanity will get into people. Because how do you, as an adult, just look at a 6-year-old and decide that you're going to defile them? Like, what's your problem? Who raised you? Who hurt you? You know what I mean? So here is a question where it is 25. You've gone to court. You've had your time in court. You've appealed. The court has warned you that the way you're coming is not the right way. Please reconsider. Like, no, even investigations is shoddy. You go through with my matter and give me the judgment. Now we're talking about life. But you know what? Perhaps we need such judgments for such cases to cease in the country.
I mean, it's interesting to see that this was the decision that they went through after then giving a warning and saying that this probably isn't the best way for you to go. You want to give us a last story in about a minute?
So, on the 14th, there is something that usually happens in the country, apart from it being mid-month, but there is a body called EPRA that always tells Kenyans on how much you will be paying for your fuel. But now, the state tells Kenyans to brace for higher fuel prices. Now, Kenya should prepare for higher fuel prices next year as the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority implements the last phase of the cost of service for the supply of petroleum products, COSOP. Now, COSOP, which was first introduced in 2018 to cushion oil marketing companies by introducing profit margins between the importers and the dealers in phases, has increased the cost from 4 shillings in 2018 to an all-time high of 17 shillings in 2025. This was revealed when the State Energy Committee, chaired by Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga, took Energy and Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Ndai to task on why the price of fuel products has been increasing steadily despite the decrease in the global prices. Now, senators sought to know why the cost of a litre of petrol is retailing at 186.31 in Nairobi, while the same product costs 161.80 in Kigali, Rwanda, a landlocked country getting its fuel from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Senate Minority Whip Ledama Olekina accused the petroleum regulator of collecting more money and promoting OMCs to have more profits at the expense of Kenyan consumers. Now, I have a problem with the IPRA since 2017. The margin of the oil marketing companies was 4 shillings being divided between the companies and retailers. Now, by 2024-2025, the margins are now being shared at 11 shillings and 6 respectively.
And that's what we look at this morning. Those are the stories making headlines today. Continue to have those discussions. Good morning at 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa is in the country for a regional summit aimed at advancing peace efforts in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Musalia Mudavadi received Mnangagwa on Wednesday evening at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport ahead of today's joint East African Community Southern African Development Community co-chairs meeting. President William Ruto, who's the current ESC chairperson, and Mnangagwa, who chairs SADC, are expected to formally appoint a panel of 5 facilitators tasked with finding a durable solution to the conflict in the region. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki on Thursday called on young people to reject any leader inciting them to violence as he met 1,500 youths from Tharaka Nithi and Meru counties in Tharaka Nithi County. Kindiki urged the youth to embrace peaceful resolution mechanisms to national and personal challenges, emphasizing that violence is not a solution. He told the youth that the government is not their enemy and is ready to receive their input to work with them to resolve all national challenges.
You are the people with a greater interest and greater stake in a peaceful, stable, prosperous, economically inclusive Kenya than older people. This is the reason. I have said, naturally, the way God has ordered things, the younger person lives longer than the older person, isn't it? So you have a longer time on earth than some of the people who want to destroy Kenya, and they are already 70 years old, right? They are already 70 years old. There are very few years left. And then you destroy Kenya and you cause civil war.
The Intergenerational Women Caucus has supported ODM leader Raila Odinga's renewed calls for national dialogue to address systematic challenges facing the country, widely blamed for frequent unrest across the country. Speaking at a press conference on Thursday, the group's national coordinator, Nabalayo Kameme, underscored the need for dialogue, noting that women bear the brunt when street protests turn chaotic.
We have buried enough, and we are tired. Tired of mourning, tired of waiting, tired of being silent. The Intergenerational Women Caucus stands in full solidarity with Right Honorable Raila Odinga's call for a national conference. Because truth be told, Kenya cannot begin to heal unless those who carry the heaviest burden, women, are allowed to speak, to lead, and to shape the path forward.
Hameme appealed to leaders to walk the talk and integrate all Kenyans, particularly women, in working together to stop protests and foster harmony in the country.
We have labored in unpaid care with no rest, no support, no recognition. And we have witnessed the power of women deemed by intergenerational divides, where the wisdom of the elders and the fire of our youth not allowed to meet is no longer just a women's issue. It is Kenya's wound, and the healing must begin with us.
The High Court will deliver a ruling on October the 3rd on whether it has jurisdiction to hear a case challenging Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat's decision to step aside from office over the death of blogger Albert Ojwang. On Thursday, Lagat's lawyer Cecil Miller told Judge Chacha Mwita that the petition filed by activist Eliud Matindi should instead be referred to the Employment and Labour Relations Court. The lawyer submitted that the High Court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter because it relates to employment and internal decisions within the police. The US says it's going to impose sanctions on the Palestinian Self-Governance Organization as well as the body that represents it on the international stage. The sanctions affect both the Palestinian Authority, which was established by the Oslo Peace Accords, and the Palestine Liberation Organization, which was recognized after the same process as the official representative of the Palestinian people in return for its recognizing Israel and renouncing violence. The State Department said it would deny visas to the Palestine Liberation Organization members and the Palestinian Authority officials. The timing and language of the statement suggests it's the Trump administration's response to this week's French-Saudi-led conference at the United Nations held to rally support for a future two-state solution. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning. It is now 11 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And even as we get into our Healthy Friday conversation this morning, Dennis, you've been connecting us all week. Where are we going into the weekend?
Yes, we've been connecting you the whole week, but now we're getting into a new month, and a new month comes with new things. What are we talking about? We're talking about if you are a new subscriber to Safaricom Home Fiber, what do you get now? 25% off the package that comes now with this bronze, silver, gold and diamond plans. Now, what this includes is, every given time we want free things, right? So now when you're connecting, you're getting a free router and you're also getting zero installation free. How good does it get? And apart from that, now you stay connected to a fast and reliable home internet. What do we mean? When you connect to Safaricom, you don't have the hassle of how are the speeds, Will it be able to get to my other room? Safaricom comes full package, ensuring that you get to enjoy good internet, fast speeds at any given time. But apart from that, whether you're gaming, you're streaming, you're attending your online classes, or connecting with your friends, family from abroad, Safaricom internet is stable, it is fast. You're uploading or downloading, you're a streamer, you're a gamer, including what were Forex. Safaricom internet is here to sort you out real fast. Now, for you to get these, you just dial star 400 hash to get connected, or visit my Safaricom app and you will be sorted. Offer is valid to new customers and runs from today to the 31st of August, an entire month of 25% discount, fast speeds, reliable internet that gets even to the corners and crannies of your house. Now, Safaricom feels good to be home with home fiber.
Fantastic. And so those are the things we look at as we get into this connection. Our Healthy Friday conversation today is one that got folks a little bit uncomfortable as we started off this week when we saw this great story about male contraception now going into the first, after having passed the first human trials. And folks said, no, we don't need this. But let's look into that. And to join us in that conversation this morning, Dr. Kireki Omanwa is the president of the Kenya Obstetrics and Gynecological Society, and Naomi Ashoka is a family planning expert, and they both join us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
You're doing well?
Yes.
Yeah. So our Healthy Friday conversation today is one that has been in the medical field, social fields for a very, very long time. We're going to get into it because things might be changing as we get into the next couple of months, years. But before we do, Dennis is going to share today's proverb. It's from Madagascar. We'd like to hear what you think about that as we start.
And two things about Madagascar, right? Majority of vanilla consumed across the world comes from Madagascar. If you want to visit or view King Julian, also known as the lemur, only in Madagascar. So let no one ever tell you that they have lemur. You can only see it in Madagascar, right? And it is also the fourth largest island in the world, right? But let's go to the proverb, shall we?
Yes.
Better to lose small bits of money than to lose bits of friendship. Better to lose small bits of money than to lose bits of friendship. Ladies, go first. How would you interpret that?
Better to lose small bits of money.
Yes.
Than to lose
bits of friendship.
Bits of friendship. What I think about that
yes.
Is that we are valuing friendship over valuables. Yes.
We should.
How would you interpret that?
I think those are two things. We're talking about money, we are talking about friendship. They can work together or they can work at crossroads, as it were. Better to lose money than to lose bits of friendship. Money you can always get. If you lose a bit of money, you can come back to the drawing board and, scratch your head and get some more money. Maybe even more than what you lost. Yeah. But when you lose friendship, it's a completely different ballgame, because friendship connotes trust. You have gone through some things together. There is a bond that joins you. And once that trust, that friendship is lost, unfortunately, you lose a lot. And sometimes there are friends who are closer than brothers, actually. So I would rather lose that money than lose friends.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well put.
Well put. Absolutely. And when we look now into this conversation that we're having this morning, contraception and family planning has been in our minds for the longest time. We've thought about it, we've talked about it, groups have been formed, people have gone to school, they've studied it, people have sat in their homes and come up with methods that have then become world renowned, and people swear by them. Can we start off with a little bit of a description first so that we can understand what we are saying? Because when we heard family planning before, people said that is stopping you from having children. Or now you employ family planning because you already have 3 children, you don't want any more. What are we talking about? Let's start off with you, Dr.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting topic, quite controversial sometimes in some areas, but I think it's good that we talk about this and we actually discuss about it. When we talk about contraception, just the name itself, the word itself is contra and deception. So it's against conception. And sometimes we use contraception interchangeably, contraception and family planning. Now, there are different ways of, there are different methods of contraception. Mostly when we think about contraception, we think about women. Rarely do we think about men. Simply because the first contraception pill was, I think, manufactured in the 60s, I think around the 50s, 60s then. And it brought a huge change. It was a paradigm shift when it came to sexuality, especially in women. Because before that, there was a bit of puritanism. Women have to do this, you have to stick with one partner, etc, etc. So that expression of sexuality, having intercourse with a person of your choice without the fear of getting pregnant, I think that was the biggest thing, because as we know in some societies, even now, getting pregnant outside of marriage is actually a stigma. These ladies are ostracized. We also have teenagers who get pregnant and they are kicked out of their homes and their lives are completely turned upside down. So when, with the beginning of contraception, the women had a different outlook about intercourse. They could have it freely without the fear of getting pregnant or the fear of being ostracized, because if you are having some work behind closed doors and God forbid you get pregnant, it will appear at some point. As Chinua Achebe says, you cannot hide a pregnancy with your palm or with your hand. So with that era came different methods of contraception. Some of the methods which have been suggested by very conservative areas are, for example, abstinence. So you abstain as a method of contraception. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't work, because there are hormones which are bubbling in that body, and it's physiological that you have that feel of having intercourse. For women, they said, well, you can use what is called the rhythm method, meaning you look at your cycles, look at your periods, and see when you are ovulating. When you're ovulating, then you avoid, having intercourse. But if you want to have a baby, that is the time you are supposed to have intercourse as often as possible. There's another method which is called the Billings method, where women are supposed to look at the vaginal discharge, and the vaginal discharge is supposed to change, or rather it changes around ovulation time. It becomes slippery, it becomes, mucus-like, and so on. This is a physiological change which helps women to get pregnant. So if you want to get pregnant, that is the time. Again, a very unreliable method, because if your periods are irregular, then that discharge may not be there. If a woman has a period every 90 days, for example, I've had a patient who has a period once every 2 years. So obviously you cannot use that method as a method of contraception. Then we come to hormonal contraception, and in hormonal contraception we have combined oral contraceptive pills, where we have two hormones which are put together and they try to mimic the reproductive cycle. We have pills which have only one hormone, and we also have patches which women can use once a week, for example. We have hormonal rings which can be inserted inside the vagina, and that is once every 3 weeks. We have a coil which can be used once every several years. It is embedded with a hormone, and it releases a hormone every day, and this can be used comfortably for several years. We have an injection, and the injection can be used once a month, or even once every 3 months. And then there are others which are, for example, we have female condoms. Horrible things, because the insertion, first of all, the insertion of that female condom, and then you say, okay, now it's time now to act. It sort of loses that spontaneity in the sexual act and so on. First of all, they are very clumsy, and women don't like them at all.
Who came up with these things in the first place?
Men, I think.
Men came up with it. Try it out.
You can only. It's only men who can come up with such things. Anyway,
just throw us under the bus, man.
And then of course there are other methods. There is a coil which does not have any hormones, which is just we call it the copper T coil, which is one of the most preferred and used methods of contraception. And then we also have, all these are called reversible methods of contraception. And then we also have irreversible methods of contraception. And this, for example, is the cutting of the tubes, what we call BTL, bilateral tubal ligation. Usually this is a permanent method, and patients who come to request for this are patients who usually have finished their family. They have the right number of children that they wanted, and they don't want to have children anymore. However, we caution them that sometimes you may go down this route, and then after some time you may want to have another baby, and it's going to be a challenge, a huge challenge later on, because the reversibility is a challenge. Then we also have, but these ones are no longer used these days because of the complications that came with it, where we go through the womb, through the cervix and into the womb, and we go to the tubes and place something which is inert, usually metallic, and that provokes an inflammatory sort of process, and it blocks the tubes. Again, it's also a sort of a permanent method of contraception. We stopped using this method because of the complications. Sometimes when you're inserting it, you may puncture the tube itself, you may puncture the uterus itself, and then by doing that you may end up puncturing the intestines, and the complications could be horrible afterwards. The other method which can be used is called where we go into the womb and we remove the lining by a method called hysteroscopy. So we go in with an instrument and burn the lining and remove it, and also we can also use hot liquid, where we insert a balloon inside the womb, and that also does burn the lining as well. What happens is that in order for a pregnancy to occur, the lining of the womb has to be ready. That is why when you look at the cycle, the physiology, the way the female body behaves, is that at the beginning of the cycle, when a woman is having her period, there is an interplay of hormones, and these hormones lead to the production of an egg, and that production actually leads to a production of a hormone, a very important hormone, estrogen. And that estrogen builds up the lining in preparation for a baby to implant. Now, when we remove that completely, yes, the process may continue later on, but there will be no build-up of the lining. So essentially, there'll be no pregnancy as well.
Okay, Naomi, as you think about it, what would you say as a family planning specialist? You work with a lot of people. What is the most used and the most comfortable for people in terms of family planning today?
Most preferred is the female, the family planning methods for women. For instance, many are using long-term reversible methods. There are long-term reversible methods such as implants. We have Implanon, that is lasting for 3 years. It's not under your arm. There is another one for 5 years under your arm still. That's still an implant. There is a coil. Dr. has already talked about that. IUCD, intrauterine contraceptive device. There is and there are two. There is a copper T and there is a Mirena. The Mirena is hormonal, the copper T is non-hormonal. So people are preferring the long-term reversible methods because they can space their children for a long time. Usually you say 3 years and 5 years is a long time. You can space your child, you get another child after such a time. There are others, short-term, like there is a hormone injected for you that lasts in your body for 3 months. And then now there are pills that are monthly. You take daily pills. And then now the condoms are also there. So those are the most commonly used.
Okay, so they are cross-board.
They are cross-board. And there are others that are also, emerging. Like now, men are also coming into play to take up vasectomy. Vasectomy is a procedure that is performed on men to cut the tube that carries sperms from the testicles to the urethra during ejaculation. So when that vas deferens is cut, that transportation of sperm is inhibited.
And that's permanent?
That's permanent. Also, he spoke about tubal ligation, which also, that is for women now, also permanent. It's not reversible. Yeah.
So here is a case where now we've spoken about what currently exists, and this is a situation where women have for a very long time borne the brunt of dealing with family planning. But now we know that with research and development, there are new ways that men also can participate. And recently, there is that report that there are pills for men now that they would start also injecting. Or there's also the snip that many say, there's no way I'm going to a plumber to fix me up. I don't want to be snipped. But actually, let's just look at it from an aspect of men stepping up and playing their role in ensuring that that they also relieve their partners from what would be hormonal complications with regard to this. Just, are we seeing men also coming to plumbers to get fixed? And is that a conversation that we are ready to have?
I think that is a very interesting question, because when you look at the types of contraceptions for men, actually they are limited in number. Here we've talked about, the natural methods, the Billings method, the tablets, injections, implants, etc. Yes. So it's a wide array of these methods. But when you come to men, there are very few actually. So I think the market is skewed unevenly towards providing for women for these methods than providing for men. What is available for men, first of all? Number one, we mentioned about abstinence, which can also applied to men.
Yeah.
Does it really apply to men? I'm not very sure about that. I'm not very sure about that. Number two, there is coitus interruptus, meaning that instead of having an ejaculation inside the vagina, where during intercourse you ejaculate outside. It's
called pull out.
It's called pull out. It's even condemned in the Bible, by the way. There's a gentleman called Onan, I think.
Yeah.
And he was told to do what he had to do, but then he decided, "Apana, hii kazi mimi sitafanya." So he ended up, and I think he was struck dead or something like that.
Yes, he was.
He was, yeah, and that's where we have onanism as a method of contraception, which doesn't work very well. Why? Because even before ejaculation, there is some fluid which can precede the ejaculate itself, and this can also have sperm. So in some societies, they say use this as a method because it's a natural method, it's religious and so on. You cannot use a method which fails 98% and call it a method.
What would be the rate that we're looking for? At least 50%. Then you can say it is a method. What would be a method?
Actually, conversely, when you look at for example, combined oral contraceptive pills, we are looking at about anywhere between 1 to 4% failure rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's got to be 90 plus.
It's 98%. I mean, how can you call it a method when it fails 98% of the time? So that is also another method. Then you also come to the mechanical things that we have, and the most common one is the condom. And we know that condoms sometimes, they burst during intercourse. They can have holes, and so on. You end up having pregnancies which were unintended, and so on. We talk about hormones. Women, we have all these hormones. And by the way, maybe for the audience, maybe people who don't understand what a hormone is, excuse me. A hormone is basically a chemical which has protein, which is a protein in nature, and it helps to modulate or to act on a cell or even on an organ in order for this organ to be able to function normally. For example, we have growth hormone. I'm just taking a very simple example, which in children it's at a very high level. Why? Because all the organs in the body of that baby have to grow with time. When you check growth hormone in myself or in us, that growth hormone will be very little. Why? Because our cells keep on dying and we keep on producing new cells, and these new cells also need to grow, but not at a fast as a rate which is compared to a baby, for example. So when it comes to hormonal contraception in men, we also have a challenge. There have been trials where you use a gel. A man has to use a gel, spreads it on his chest on an everyday basis. What basically happens is that in that hormonal gel, there are two hormones. There is progesterone, which acts negatively against the other hormones. So there is something we call a negative feedback mechanism, such that if there is a certain level, if a hormone level exceeds a certain threshold, the brain sends a message and says, "Boss, ini kubwa sana, burudisha," it stops it from working. So that is the method that is being used to try and propagate hormonal contraception for men. It doesn't work very well. There is an injection, testosterone injection. We know that with testosterone, with an increase of testosterone, the same mechanism. When you inject testosterone, it increases in the blood circulation, it reaches a certain threshold, the brain switches it off. So there'll be no production of sperm. But then there are also side effects to that. For example, with the testosterone, you may have acne, excess of testosterone, it may lead to acne. Some of these other complications can be, weight gain. There can also be loss of libido as well. No man wants to have loss of libido in lieu of contraception. It doesn't work that way completely, and so on. So we are a bit cautious when you say, "Ala, nikitumia hii," and then in the bedroom things are going to change. Mimi sitaki kitu kama hicho. There is what we call IVD, that is intravenous device, whereby Naomi has talked about a vasectomy, and the vas deferens is the tube that where she rightly said where the sperm passes through before it comes out. There is what you call a non-touch or a non-surgical method of vasectomy, where you use a small device, and with that device, you almost don't cut per se, or the patient doesn't feel the cut. So we use the same device is used to insert a tiny device in the vas, and then that cut device is supposed to stop the sperm from going through. How many men will have that device done, inserted? I highly doubt. Now, at the end of the day, you will also have to remove it in order for it to reverse the process. But remember, if you're going to insert something which is foreign into an organ, the body will act on it, because it will realize that there is quote unquote an enemy. So you may end up having maybe infection, you may end up having some fibrosis and so on and so forth. But be it as it may, it is something which has been thought about. Then there is what we call reversible inhibition of sperm under guidance, meaning something is injected into the same place, the same vas deferens, and then this whatever has been injected there stops sperms from coming through. Now, in order to reverse that injection, something else has to be injected into it.
It's a lot of injecting.
A lot of injecting.
My goodness.
Are we happy to do that? I don't think so. There is a vaccine. People have thought about a vaccine. In the last, I think, several months, people have been talking about vaccine, which is a very good thing. And basically, a vaccine is the purpose of a vaccine is to employ the immune system such that it works against something. So we can use, it's a theory, we can use the immune system, have a vaccine which can be reversible at some point in time, maybe have it work for maybe a year, 2 years, and after that it stops working and the body, reverses to where it was. It's a theory. I don't know whether it will work. Now, I think it was last week when they published a very interesting article in Nature, where they have come up with this pill, which is non-hormonal. First of all, a big tick for that, because it's not going to have any effects, hormonal side effects. On men. Yes. We're talking about men. So what they were testing, and this was the first stage of testing this pill, was basically, does it have any side effects? That's all. And they actually noted, very small study, I think it was about 16 or 20 gentlemen, and they gave them different doses of this pill, and then they followed them for several months, and there were no complications at all. And they did something interesting. They took men who had had a vasectomy. Naomi, hello. Men who had had a vasectomy. Why they did that is because they didn't want, because they don't know exactly whether this pill can affect the production of sperm. So in order for them not to have, sort of a bias, they took men who are not producing sperm. So let us see whether it will have any side effects. No side effects. So the next stage of clinical trial now should be to look at the efficacy. We look at men who are normal, who are producing sperm. Let's give them different doses. Let's also give them a placebo, and then follow them and see whether there will be a reduction of sperm, and if it is the reduction is there, by what percentage? Does it go to completely zero? And if it goes to completely zero, and then we stop giving them this pill, will there be a reverse? Hapo ndio kutakuwa kizungumkuti, because they don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know whether men will want to say, I'm not very sure whether it will be reversible. So it will be interesting to see.
Well,
absolutely.
Let's take a break and then come back. And then we'll hear from you, Naomi, in terms of what people have said they're comfortable with or not, and whether this is something that would be. Because for years, the side effects on birth control for women has been crazy. And that's one question that some questions are coming in around that, and we'll probably deal with that when we come back from break, in terms of what side effects birth control rather has on women. And if we're looking at a non-effectual birth control that can be used on men, then what are some of the inhibitions that we're already seeing? So we'll come back and discuss that in just a short while. We are having our Healthy Friday conversation around, birth control and family planning this morning with Dr. Nyamweya and Naomi Ochoka. And we're asking certain questions. We'll come back and we'll discuss them when we come back from the break. And I asked you at the beginning of this, have you gone to your Loop app? If you haven't, now is the time to do so. Go to your Loop app, click on the Grow tab, and then tell us what you see when it says you can apply for your quick loan. Take a screenshot of that and send it to our social, SpiceFM KE, and let's hear from you in terms of what you would do with an extra 5,000 shillings if we gave it to you this morning. We're likely to give it to someone this morning who can benefit from that getting into the weekend. We'll talk as we move on. So go and download the Loop app on your Google Play Store, your Apple App Store, and then let's see what you get when you do that. Remember that Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing with our conversation this morning, now at 19 minutes to 8 o'clock. And even as we do, Naomi, now as we get into that question, hormonal contraceptives been used by women for a very long time. And then we've seen that some of those effects can be interesting at best. What are some of those? And, just a specific question coming in from Agola this morning that, what are the long-term side effects, or rather, what are the side effects of using hormonal contraceptives for a long period of time, and whether blood clots are one of those?
Thank you for that question. Now, the side effects of hormonal contraceptive are gonna depend on an individual. We're not gonna all have same side effects. You may have, for instance, if you're taking pills today, maybe this month, and I'm taking pills, the side effects are not gonna be obvious that you're gonna get them or I'm gonna get them. They are may or may not come. And depending on an individual, how their body responds to these contraceptives, some of them may experience mild side effects like maybe breast tenderness. You feel like your breasts are becoming tender, headaches, migraines. You can have migraines. They may even change, some of them may change the bleeding. They may stop, or there'll be a change in bleeding. For instance, if you're, which one do we want to discuss first of all? Maybe which one is your favorite? We can pick on one.
Oh, me personally? Yes. I don't have a favorite, but maybe you can tell us one of the most commonly ones.
All right, let me pick on an implant, for instance. Once you get an implant, you may experience bleeding changes. Sometimes for some people, like I said, it's not going to be obvious that it's going to change. So sometimes you may get it, sometimes you may not get it, depending on an individual. So once you get an implant, to most people it's going to work just well, or in a few cases you can have bleeding. Like if your period is for 3 days, you can have prolonged bleeding. It can go maybe 7 days. Or if you used to use, you can measure the amount of bleeding using the pads you use per day. If you used to use 2 pads, sometimes you may have to use more, or sometimes it can even reduce. where is this coming from? The mechanism, the way this family planning is going to work on your body. It's meant to change the way your cycle is going to operate. So the bleeding may be there or not, and some people may just have no side effects at all.
Seems to me like this family planning contraceptive thing is a terrible thing then.
Not necessarily, if I may say.
Actually, yeah. I mean, if it's giving you side effects, you're going to get weight gain, you're going to bleed irregularly, you're going to then feel nasty all the time. All of this that you don't have a
mood
baby.
changes.
Mood changes. I mean, come on.
Let me chip in if you don't mind.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Now, it's true that you've said it has been used for a long time. I think something which we have to take into consideration is that there is no one size fits all. Women are very, I don't want to say complicated.
Unique. That's
unique.
The word you're looking for.
That is the one I was looking for. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
They're unique. They're unique. And so before we even talk about the methods that we are going to use for the patients, we need to understand where they're coming from. Why do we want this method of contraception? Is there a preferred? What have they had? What knowledge do they have? First of all, so it's a discussion, number one, before we come to a conclusion. And then you lay down the types of contraception, which are on the table. They are the pills, and a pill, you have to use it every day, and so you have a certain level of you have to be very disciplined in a way, because if you use this pill today, for example, you're used to be taking it at around, let's say, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then you forget. Tomorrow you remember at 1 o'clock. That is a problem. Why? Because the hormones have to be almost the same level throughout the cycle when it is being used. So when there is that dip, there is a chance that when you get this intercourse, then you're going to have you may get pregnant. So that level of discipline is important in the contraceptive pills, and it gets even more radical when it comes to the progesterone only pill, what we call Cerazette, which we usually use in women who are breastfeeding, because it has only one hormone, which is progesterone. Now, what is your level of discipline is not very good. Then contraceptive pills may not be very good for you. What options do we have? We have a patch. A patch, you put it on your shoulder, for example, or on your back, on the abdomen, and use it once a week. So you don't have to have that level of discipline when it comes to that. But you say, I may also forget, for example. Then we have another option. You have a vaginal ring, which you insert it once every 3 weeks. But even before we go there, once we have talked through these methods, we look at the pros and we look at the cons. Why are we using this? For example, you have very heavy bleeding with clots, for example, and what do we need to do? We need to stop this cycle so that we stop the bleeding or reduce it to a minimum, because it also has this heavy bleeding has also detrimental effects on you. You're feeling weak, you're feeling lethargic, you're feeling dizzy, you can't think because of the huge amounts of blood that you're using. So use something that will block this cycle. Now, let's look at the side effects which each method is going to have. Most of the time, depending on the type of pill that is being used, they are old pills, they are newer pills, and so on, and they are fast 1 phase, 2 phase, 3 phase type of pills, and so on. Which are the ones which are available? These are the ones which are available. Now, most women we say, I don't want to gain any weight. We say that is fine. And why do women gain weight when they are taking pills? It is because of the mechanism of the hormones in their bodies, and it is basically retention of fluid. These hormones work on the kidneys, and they retain fluid, and because of retention of fluid, these women will feel bloated. They will feel like they have gained weight, and this actually is very common, especially in injections, Depo-Provera, for example, and the implant as well. Now, we also tell them, look, with the implant, when you take the implant, in as much as it's very convenient, you will forget about contraception for 3 years, even 5 years, there are some things which you need to take into consideration. Number one, you may have what we call intermenstrual bleeding or spotting. Usually this is across the board, whether it is patches, whether it is tablets. Most women will have intermenstrual spotting or bleeding. We tell them that is normal, that is okay, and it may be there for maybe the first 3 months, sometimes even up to 6 months. If you are able to withhold that, if you're able to be comfortable with that, then we can go for it. Sometimes, because this is a hormone, we're introducing something new to the body. You may have cramps, lower abdominal cramps, mild pain, and so on. This is basically transient. It will pass and everything will be okay. You may have, that breast tenderness as well. It is also something which is transient. Do ask a very interesting question about clots. That is why this history is important. Do you have any major diseases, chronic diseases, hypertension, for example? Do you have diabetes? Have you ever had any, let's say, immune system diseases and so on? Because then we can tailor down this contraception to that patient. If a patient has had a clot in the past, then obviously the combined oral contraceptive pill is out, completely out. Why? There is a higher susceptibility of her having a clot again, and obviously we don't want that, because it can be fatal. If you have high blood pressure, for example, the pill, also the combined oral contraceptive pill, is also not for you. If you have delivered and you feel like the pill is for you, can we give combined oral contraceptive pill? No, we can't. Why? Because one of the hormones, estrogen, will get itself into the bloodstream, into the milk, and the baby will actually get estrogen. And what are the complications of estrogen? We have what is called precocious puberty. So that baby starts growing breasts, for example, starts doing this and so on. Do we want that in your baby? No, we don't want that. So we'll tailor this, this contraception to that. So before we give any contraception, the most important thing is the history, and then we talk through it. It is not the doctor has said, so this is what you have to take. It is a conversation. And again, when we go down to the to mashinani, for example, quite a number of things will dictate what contraception a woman will use. And number one, accessibility. Are they accessible? Are all these methods accessible? Are they available? Are they affordable as well? And also there are also cultural and family and religious aspects also which come into play. So all these things have to come together so that we can be able to choose a good contraception for the patient.
So Naomi, let's talk about when clients come to you for advice. Now, here's a question where a woman has gone to doctor, has received that advice, and there is now the aspect of a woman coming with a partner to you for advice, so that both of them are aware of what is happening. Are we seeing more numbers of men accompanying their partners as they come for advice, or the numbers are still low? Are man part and parcel of these conversations and decisions being made?
Men are encouraged to be part and parcel of the conversation. If that is happening, is another conversation. Some men are embracing this. When it comes to family planning, it's a family responsibility. Like for you and your spouse need to think about this, because if you don't, then how are you gonna handle your partner when they're going through these side effects? Dr. has mentioned one of the side effects being like weight gain. So you realize that someone who was maybe chubby, now they're using a contraceptive, they start losing weight, because it can happen both ways. You can lose weight, you may gain weight. And then your partner is starting to worry, you're changing, yeah? So if they came, like if at the very start, both of them came to the doctor to ask, Doctor, we are interested in a family planning method. Then they are taken through, their history is taken, and then together they identify a convenient family planning method for whoever is taking, if it's the wife or if it's the husband. Then you realize that they're gonna embrace this method more than if one person came by themselves. Sometimes when one spouse comes and the other one didn't come, could it be maybe in secret, or maybe the other partner didn't find time? So this one partner, when they're in this at the doctor's clinic, they decide or they realize this is what is good for me. But when they go back home, the partner has different views. So you realize that they're not able to keep this method for a long time. Assuming it was an implant, assuming it was an IUD, then the spouse is going to say, I don't like what you have. Go and have it removed. Yeah. So you realize they're not able to embrace it for a long time. So what we're doing is that we're encouraging the male partner. They've not maybe for a long time, probably because of religion, because of culture, they are not, they feel like they shouldn't be part of the conversation. But we're saying, hey, no, it's time men also started being part of the conversation.
One would imagine, because they're part of the process. So, I mean, and even as you do that now, with this new option, which Daktari has told us that is, it has no effects on men. With the new option for contraception then to be taken by men, why would it pose as an issue? No side effects. All you would need to do was swallow the medication in the morning or whatever time that needs to be done, and you're good to go. What's the problem?
I don't know why Daktari is laughing, but he's a man.
I think, let me answer like a man. I think we are here with Dennis.
Would we swallow?
Took a 50-50, so we are okay.
What's the problem?
I think there are things which we have to overcome mentally as men, because generally, as we said, contraception has always been viewed as a female thing. Men can sort themselves out, sort themselves out in quotes. So I think that thing of waking up in the morning, let's say my wife is also taking contraceptive pills. Sasa ebu meza yako na pia mimi ni meza yangu. So no, that sort of thing. A lot of advocacy is needed in order for men to actually accept that we are part of this process and we need to be in this boat together, and that whatever we are taking, if God willing that this works out, this non-hormonal pill works out, and that it has no side effects, and we are really, really waiting with a lot of anticipation that it is actually reversible, and after using it for, let's say, a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever period of time, once you stop using it, the process of production of sperm is okay. What are men worried about? What do we worry about? For example, talking about vasectomy, I think the uptake is about 3, maybe 4% only. And the thought of going to be snipped, just the thought of it, I mean, it's emasculation. That is what we think.
That's what people think
in their minds.
Yes, in their mind. That once that snip has taken place, bas mimi siwezi kufanya kazi yangu, which is also not true. Kazi inaendelea kufanyika, but you can salute, of course. The only thing is that most probably you will not have any sperm production. Why am I saying most probably? Because after the snip, the first 3 months, patients are advised to use another method, because there could be residual sperm which could come out during intercourse, and then of course I think that is the biggest barrier, that we are worried. I will have low libido, and then I will have erectile dysfunction, and there is no man who wants to have low libido and erectile dysfunction, especially when it's voluntary.
This is coming with we're in a society where myths are taking the day, misconceptions. Some people would think, if I go for vasectomy, am I going to be castrated?
Absolutely.
Am I going to have impotence after that? But we're saying no, because education is important. That's why you say the society needs to be informed, like be educated about what is this vasectomy. When it happens, when you've undergone vasectomy, what does it feel like? And we're here to actually demystify some of those myths and say that once you've undergone vasectomy as a man, you're still able to, be a man, nothing changes. The only thing that changes is that the sperms that are produced in the scrotum, they will not be able to reach the woman because that road has been cut off.
I reckon there's going to need to be a whole lot of education.
Education.
Information sharing, much more than actually getting men to put the pill in their mouth. I think that's going to be the end of the tunnel.
It's going to be a challenge.
Everything before that is going to be, and literally it's going to be years of work. It's probably going to take just as long as they got to get to the clinical trials in the first place to convince men that this is safe and that doesn't emasculate you in any way. This is taking the pill. I'm not even talking about a vasectomy. I mean, that's been in the conversation
and
for
that
a very
it's
long time.
reversible.
And that it's reversible.
It's reversible. Yeah, it's reversible.
Yeah, when you take the pill, it's short term.
Yeah, so when you stop, you go back to
when you stop it, you back to your fertility. You know, it only stops fertility at the time when you're swallowing the pill. The moment you stop, you back to yourself. But vasectomy is long term.
It is permanent.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, we can't ever have enough information, and it's, if anything, it's very clear this morning that there's still a lot that we don't know, and that there's still a lot of advocacy that needs to be done in the area of family planning generally, because like my take says, 16 children, 20 children, you can't do that anymore. And even if you want to space your children, what are we looking at? Thank you both for being here this morning to join us on our Healthy Friday conversation. Thank you. Dr. Kireki Omanwa and Naomi Oshoka have been here with us this morning to have this conversation. Looking forward to many more.
Yeah, Asante.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
It's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Nursing officer interns whose postings were revoked on Wednesday by Health CS Aden Duale have vowed to stay on, dismissing their recalling as illegal and insensitive. Duale revoked 306 postings across several universities, saying the individuals were not qualified for the role given that they were yet to graduate. But the interns have accused the CS of attempting to manipulate the internship program, insisting that they were posted based on merit, not favoritism.
Parents have sold different assets to bring their students to different internship centers, just to end up to a bombshell that your internship letters have been revoked and you are being asked to vacate those internship centers. This is uncalled for, this is unlawful, and we are disappointed with the CS.
We've used resources for transport, paying rent, deposits, coming from wherever we are coming from to be here. All this is costly, and we don't, even that transport for going back home, evacuating, we don't have, and we don't know where it's going to come from.
How comes? Yet we met all the qualification. They sent us the 14 criteria, and we submitted everything. They were verified and re-verified again by the NCK.
Kenya has formally complained to Tanzania over orders restricting foreigners from engaging in 15 categories of small-scale business activities. In a statement, East African Community Principal Secretary Caroline Karugu warned Tanzania's move risked undermining regional economic integration efforts under the East African Community. The targeted businesses whose licenses the President Samia Suluhu's government directed licensing authorities against renewing include mobile money transfers, tour guiding, small-scale mining, on-farm crop buying, beauty salons, curio shops, and establishing radio and TV operations. However, foreigners with valid licenses may continue operating until their current licenses expire. An advocate of the High Court and County Director of Legal Affairs in Turkana County has dismissed claims that refugee integration under the Shirika Plan would grant refugees the right to vote or own land. Nkai Nabenyo, who was speaking to journalists during a stakeholder meeting convened by Friends of Lake Turkana on Thursday, clarified that such rights are not provided under Kenyan law.
Some people in the country claim that this document gives refugees the right to vote in the country. That is not entirely correct, because refugees do not enjoy political rights under Article 38 of our Constitution. It is a right that is only available to the citizens of this republic. And therefore, for as long as they hold the refugee tag or the refugee name and they are not citizens, members of the refugee community can never vote in this country.
Although he supported the Shirika plan as a positive step, Nabenyo criticized the plan over lack of public participation, urging stakeholders to involve local communities in future planning. Parents of Mbale High School in Vihiga County held a peaceful protest on Thursday over alleged poor management and harsh learning conditions for their sons. It follows the institution's second indefinite closure this term after repeated student unrest and dormitory fires. These parents spoke to reporters.
The last issue yenye ilinipinch kabisa mpaka nimetoka kwenye ninaishi nimekuja hapa is that issue ya kuweka watoto kwa field, watoto wakalala uwanjani na hiyo baridi kama wamepigishwa magoti na wamesurroundiwa na polisi. Are these criminals?
I think our students are just like they're at a wrong place. Why? Wakati vitu ambavyo vinafanyika hapa Mbale hatuelewi kama wazazi. We are not even updated. Tunaona tu watoto wanarudishwa nyumbani. Hakuna mkutano ambao unaitwa tujudisha ni nini kinaendelea kule.
Pakistan has sentenced to prison 108 members of jailed ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan's party for their involvement in protests against the military in 2023. Violent protests erupted nationwide in May 2023 after security forces arrested Khan during his court appearance on corruption charges. Authorities have already handed down dozens of sentences in the last 2 years, but Thursday's convictions, which include a 10-year term for opposition leader Omar Ayub Khan, deal a major blow to Khan's PTI party. Opposition figures have denounced the rulings by the Anti-Terrorism Court, which also disqualified 6 PTI lawmakers from their seats. Khan, formerly an international cricket star, has been imprisoned since August 2023 but remains hugely popular in Pakistan. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dabdhabina kama
Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that...
Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes like the hard stuff, we must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda.
Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Okay.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background.
All right. A few minutes after 12 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning, and we're getting into a number of more conversations that we'll be having today round around Stephen. We'll talk with him in a bit, but even as we get into it, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also on KTN as we get into things this morning. You're connecting us, aren't you, Dennis?
Yeah, you've been connecting us for a very long time now. And Safaricom is coming home with home fiber. And especially this August, we are coming in with a new offering. And the offering that we are offering now is a fact that, you know, the connectability, the awesomeness, the good vibes that comes with Safaricom home fiber is one that continues to rattle the industry and homes here. Because we're talking about fast speeds, we're talking about reliability, we're talking about an experience that is unmatched in the country as we speak today. But this August, Safaricom is actually going all out and telling you, if you come to us and connect today, you are going to get 25% discount with double speeds, you know. And with that as well, it's across all the plethora of offerings that they have. So we're talking about bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. If you sign up today, you're getting double the speeds at up to 25% discount. Now, if you want to get on top of this, *400# is where you go, or you go to my Safaricom app and you get connected today. Offer is to all the new customers today, and I can tell you as a user that you will never go wrong with Safaricom home fiber. I'm able to attend my classes, I'm able to go for my Zoom meetings, I'm able to stream music, even what were Forex. They're able to do their job every day, any day, anywhere, anytime. Safaricom Home Fiber feels good to be home.
Indeed, definitely does feel good to be home with Safaricom, and you're trying to get connected to that, and maybe it's at that time where you don't just have enough cash in your pocket to be able to do it. So let me loop you into something. I loop you into Loop, and first of all, I want you to go to your Google App Store or your Apple, rather your Google Play Store, your Apple App Store. Download the Loop app. It's the one with the orange icon. Then you want to log in, register, do all the fancy stuff that you need to do, and then go to the Grow tab. When you get to the Grow tab, you want to apply on Quick Loan. Quick Loan will let you get a loan of up to 100,000 shillings, and with no queues, no paperwork, you don't have to worry about hidden charges. You deal with a really affordable interest rate of as low as 7%, and you have 30 days to pay back. So this is what we're looking at with the Loop app. So what we want you to do today is that we want you to have an opportunity to be extended about 5,000 bob. Take a screenshot of your application, send it to us on our DMs, direct message, or SpiceFM KE. Let us know what you'd use this extra 5,000 shillings for, and it could be yours today, because you applied for a loan and you sent us a screenshot and you got onto the Loop app to do all of this in the first place. And remember that Loop is not just an app, it is a lifestyle. Okay. So, 15 years ago, Stephen was put in prison in Saudi Arabia, essentially. And he'll tell us the story when he gets here in a short while about what occurred that this happened in the first place. After that, he was then, and after his arrest and then his sentencing, he was then on death row. And he was supposed to be executed last year. His mother went on a campaign, literally, around the world to then save his life. And one of the ways in which his life was going to be saved was what was called a bloodlet, whereby the family would have allowed that certain amount of money would be paid on the head of their deceased. And so the amount that they were looking at was $1 million, essentially. And the mother didn't have this kind of money. She went about looking for it. They'll tell us the details as to where it came from for the allowance then for him to then be released. The process took some time, but Stephen arrived back in the country a couple of days ago, and that sentence is essentially off of his head. He joins us in a bit, just making his way here, and we're just going to listen to some of the things that he said when he came back to Kenya in terms of what all of this entails. Listen in as we come back.
My maternal granny promised me that she will dance with me when she came with her third leg. So her third leg is here with me today, and sure, she had really danced with it. My presence here today is nothing short of a miracle. And I want to begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the gift of life. I want also to thank everyone who prayed for me, encouraged me, and contributed towards my freedom and return home.
So that's the voice that we hear of Stephen when he's come home and he's talking about, what had transpired when he was away. And then also it was believed that, his grandmother had hoped that she would see him again, and that the time would come before her death where he would be home. And unfortunately that didn't happen, but he sees a situation where he can still celebrate her in that moment. And that's what we hear from him. Again, he joins us in a short while then to be able to hear. But let's just give you a little bit in terms of details of this story and exactly then what happened with him. So he makes his way back into the country. He says, I was just a mistake is one of the things that he said. He recalls the fights that led to death row in Saudi Arabia, that he was working with someone, and as time of course is going, he talks about the disagreement that led to a fight that led him being on death row in Saudi Arabia. He had spent over a decade in jail in Saudi Arabia, revealed that a salary dispute is what led to him being put on death row in one of the Gulf nations. He was appearing and he noted that the disagreement over his dues was with a colleague a Yemeni national, and it led to the two of them having a physical altercation, resulting in Steve's stabbing his colleague. He's known as Abdul Karim. He detailed the incident, which happened in 2011, and it was sparked by his colleague after he insulted him and sparking off a fit of rage from Stephen himself. He noted that his colleague was the one who started physically assaulting him by attacking him with a knife in an attempt to stab him. He then disclosed that it was an act of self-defense, and that he felt he was fatally stabbed rather than he fatally stabbed his colleague. He said it was salary related. I was supposed to go and collect my salary, but he was not willing to let me go. I ended up getting angry. He used words that were not very good, and I could not understand them. He's the one who started the fight. The knife was his, and after he used it on me, I used it on him. We had a misunderstanding, which ended up in a fight, and it escalated until there were some stabbings, which were not intentional. Well, he was subsequently arrested, imprisoned, and put on death row over the next decade after the incident. He divulged that the two were both working under the accounts department at the restaurant in Saudi Arabia at the time. He revealed that he had stab wounds on his hand and thigh from the fight, while the victim succumbed to a single stab wound to the chest. Still, he said, Halim's death was not directly caused by the stab wounds, but by delayed medical attention. The main cause of his death was not stabbing, but that he delayed going to hospital, and so he lost a lot of blood. He says it was a mistake. It occurred in the night of April 9th, 2011, exactly 16 years after Steve had first travelled to Saudi Arabia. He returned home to Kenya early Tuesday morning after a protracted legal battle in Saudi Arabia, where his initial manslaughter conviction was later upgraded to murder, resulting in a death sentence. His execution was stayed after the victim's family agreed to accept blood money, a financial compensation allowed under Islamic law. With support from the Kenyan government and the Muslim World League, 129 million shillings was raised to secure his release. He was freed on the 22nd of July 2025 after completing all processes and performing Umrah before he was deported to Kenya. That's the story that we look at this morning. And I remember last year we did have a conversation with Steve's mother, and she's here again with us, and Steve is here as well. Even as we get into this conversation, we want to say a very good morning to you both. Stephen, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes?
Thank you.
You're good?
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Tashukuru.
Good to have you here.
Yeah.
Mama, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes? When we last spoke, your smile was not as wide.
There was no room for a smile. No.
Today there is.
You can see it.
Yeah.
For yourself.
Yeah.
Yes. Good.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you both for being here this morning. And I know it's a little bit late, but we're glad that you both did. So we're just going to jump into things this morning. So Steve,
yes,
we've given a little bit of your story just from different renditions, but there's often nothing better than hearing it directly from you. First of all, you're in Kenya.
Yes.
After being in Saudi Arabia for 16 years before this incident.
Yes.
And then 11 years in prison?
No, 14.
14 years
plus,
in prison.
14 plus.
14, oh, so almost 15 years in prison.
Almost, yeah.
All right. Tell us, what happened?
Well, it so happened that I had a misunderstanding with a very good friend of mine, which escalated to a fight. Actually, that was my very first fight in my life. And I deeply regret that a life was lost through it, you know. So this friend of mine, we happened to have a misunderstanding. And as it is, as I said, we had a misunderstanding, and when things escalated, there was he attacked me actually, and I retaliated. And unfortunately, he lost a lot of blood and passed on. Yeah.
In that moment, when this was happening,
Yeah.
did it occur to you that you could have walked away from the fight?
Not at that moment.
Why?
I was very, very angry, you know. And as I said, had I given it a thought, it would have not reached to that stage that it reached. Yeah.
So we talked about a situation where, based off the accounts that you've given so far, it was a salary-related matter.
Yes, it was a salary-related matter.
Yeah, by salary-related matter, what exactly do you mean? And how did it end up that your friend ended up stabbing you first?
Yeah, actually, it was overdue, and our boss had instructed that he should give me the salary, but he was reluctant, you know, and there was this sort of jealousy because it was like a bulk after several months. So why should he be like receiving a bulk, you know? So thereafter, he was like, give me time. And I was like, I'm supposed to be going to work the following morning. Actually, this thing happened late in the night. We used to close the restaurants past 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you know. So he said that I should come to him after closure so that he can calculate and see what goes to the bank and what can remain for me. But at the same time, we used to relieve each other. So on that account, he was like, I hold for him his job. Actually, that day there was a club match, you know. The two very big teams were playing, and he was supporting one and I was supporting the other. But he needed me to replace him so that he could watch the match. But he was just playing me because he was taking advantage of my need. So that's how he went. By the time he came back, I was like, okay, now you're done. So can you release me, you know? So he was like, why are you in a hurry and all those things? So I was like sort of angry, and he used bad words actually that touched on my mother that didn't uga well with me. So I held him by the shirt, and that's how the fight broke up. So there was this fire extinguisher that he tried to hit me with, and I happened to squeeze the nozzle, and the room was just full of white powder, you know. So I was not seeing him, he was not seeing me. But the next thing, I just felt a stab on my thigh. And when I was still reacting, another stab on the hand, on my left hand. So that is how I managed to overpower him actually, got the knife, and I returned it, you know. So
you returned it, what does that mean?
I stabbed him also on the chest.
So you took the weapon?
Yeah, I took it from him and I used it on him.
Did you know what you were doing in that moment?
Not at all.
You didn't know what you were doing with the knife?
No, I'm saying I took the knife and I was just returning what had been done on me, you know. But least did I know that it would end like that, you know. Actually, he did not die because of the stab wound. The doctor reports clearly states that he lost a lot of blood. That's how he died. Would he have gone to the hospital earlier, it would have not reached to that extent.
Did he delay in going to the hospital?
Yeah.
Why?
There are so many procedures there, you know. It's like you have to call an ambulance and all this. You cannot just evacuate somebody from a scene, like an accident scene or anything, before the authorities come in, you know. Should anything happen to that person, you'll be liable. You see, so people tend to be afraid to touch anybody that is in an accident victim or anything, until the authorities come in.
Okay.
So I think those are some of the things that need to be addressed, because we've seen situations whereby people have died on the scene that could have been saved,
So during that time, when he's lying there bleeding, what are you thinking about? What are you doing? Have you called the authorities? Who has called the authorities before this man is actually taken to hospital?
I did not see actually that he was bleeding, because that time when my tempers were high and all, I heard him crying out that I'm dying. So I moved out from him, and actually I drove home,
Okay.
Yeah, I went back home.
Allow me to understand this.
Yeah.
He is crying in pain, and you heard him cry.
Yes.
But you went home.
Yes.
Why did you go home?
As I'm saying, my anger that time, I was like, I have nothing to do with this guy, Yeah. And I just found myself driving home,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you, at that point, and for us to understand this,
yes,
at that point, Steve, you realized that you could leave the scene. But prior to that, when he had angered you with the words that he spoke, you didn't feel that you could walk away from that position. But after the fact, you felt that you should leave because you couldn't be in that position anymore.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, the fight actually, the way it broke up, it was just something that was sudden, and the introduction of the weapon is actually what aggravated me more.
Okay.
So what I can say, I was not like in my alert senses, So that is what transpired actually. So even this going home, if you ask me, I don't know how I just went and reached home, and actually I was like, let me rest before I go to the hospital in the morning for my wounds. And believe me, I slept. How, I don't know. But I slept, only to be woken up in the morning by a knock on the door. Yeah, so that's when the officers came.
What happened after that?
Well, the officers came and they knocked on the door. And as I said, I was sleeping. So I was like, what is this knock? So when I went, I was going actually to go and open the door, but it was as if I delayed a bit. So they broke the door, and I'm seeing people dressed in thobes. And there was an officer behind them, and a colleague and a friend actually, who has become a brother actually to me, because Abdallah Juma has been there with me ever since, to date. So I was like, they were like, it's him, said. Anyway, they called the ambulance. The ambulance came, and they took me to hospital, a distance of like 7 minutes. And in that 7 minutes, they had put a drip on me. Actually, two pints. And in those 7 minutes, I had already finished 2 drips. So when I reached the doctors was told that I had already used 2 drips. And then he was like, are you sure? I said, yes. And then he said, you are very, very lucky to have reached here this time. You'd have also have gone.
So, you look at what has happened so far.
Yeah.
Officers have come, they've picked you up, you've gone to hospital, and you're lucky to be alive to start with. Now here is your healing journey where you have to feel better. And then what follows after that?
Yes, what follows after that, after they had stitched me, I left the hospital, and just as I was leaving, there were two officials who were working for the Kenya embassy. So they came to me and said, Pole, you know, we've just been told what has happened. And the officers were like, does this person speak, you know? Because actually I was like in shock, you know. I did not talk to them any word from the time they arrested me up to that time. And then I said to them, yeah, I've just learned this morning that that is what has happened. So the officers were like, he can speak. I said, yeah. So they said, please help us with translation, because from the time we arrested him, he has not talked to us. So that was Bamze. May his soul rest in peace. A very good friend also. And Lalet, also Let, you know. So the two translated for them for the initial interrogation, you know. So thereafter, they said, thank you very much for assisting us. And then I was now taken to the main investigator, who now finished up the job and said I should go to court, because there you have to thumbprint against the allegations and all. Thereafter, the judges, there were three. They set a date for the hearing, and on the hearing day, actually I was alone. There was nobody else in the room. Neither the family of the victim, nobody, just me and the judges. So, and the translator, of course. So they said they were sentencing me to 5 years for manslaughter.
How long did this take from the time that they arrested you in your home the morning after until the time now when, you know, a trial took place, sentencing happened? What period of time are we looking at?
It was just within like 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was laughing because on the day we went to court the first time, we met an attorney that knew the officials from the embassy. And they were like, what happened to this one? He said, he has a case of manslaughter. And then he said, hey. He told me, let him put in his minds, you know, it will not take, 3 years and above before he can get any sentence. So already in my mind, I had already programmed myself that it's going to take a long time before I'm even sentenced. But to my surprise, within 6 months, I had already gotten my sentence. You see.
Did you get an opportunity to tell the court your story?
Yes, you
that
do.
You are acting on self-defense. Was there, say, video evidence, footage to corroborate what it is you're saying?
There's no any video footage. Actually, by that time, where I was working, there was no CCTV. And there were no witnesses because it was just me and him, you know. So, but what the investigations wrote was enough for the judges to know that this thing was actually in self-defense. So that's how it ended up in manslaughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they said manslaughter and 5 years in prison?
Yes.
Okay. And did that start immediately?
Yeah, it starts actually, it starts from the very day you are arrested.
Okay.
The counting of the 5 years starts on the very first day that you are arrested.
All right.
Yeah.
So, when this happened, you knew that it was 5 years and then you would be out.
Yes.
So let's fast forward 5 years. 5 years have come. Your mother, Dorothy, is here in Kenya. She's trying. By then, of course, you had gotten in touch with home and let them know what was going on.
Yeah.
So let's fast forward 5 years. What happens then?
Close to 5 years, they called me to court. And this time around, the widow was there with her brother. And they had a lawyer with them. Then the judge said that Stephen here was sentenced to 5 years, and he has now to pay blood money. And we took the papers to the Supreme Court, and they certified that it's okay to pay blood money. They even gave us a quotation of 120,000 reals.
Mm-hmm.
So they asked the widow if she's willing to take the 120,000 on compensation. She later turned and looked at the lawyer whether she should get. Actually, she wanted an approval from the lawyer. So the judges were like, "And who is that?" She said, "This is my lawyer." And the judge said, "Lawyer, were you there on the crime scene?" He said, "No." Turned to the widow, "Were you there on the crime scene?" Said, "No." And then she said, "Whatever you have to discuss, you go and discuss it outside. Because none of you was there, so you cannot be coming to be discussing here." Actually, it's funny because initially lawyers were not even being allowed.
In the courtroom?
No.
Okay.
It's only recent, that least to mention that to be represented by a lawyer. It used not to be there, It's only in recent times that they've started using lawyers, So the lawyer goes out with the widow. They discuss. She comes back and she was like, "I don't agree." So the judge said, "Then what do you want?" That's when she said that she wanted that I should be executed. Now that comes to what they call the private rights. Yeah, where the family now has to say what they want, if they want compensation or if they want execution. So I'm sure that the lawyer told her to say she wants that so that the judge can say, "Okay, there's this blood money here. How much more do you want on top of that? How much do you want to top up?" But the judge thought otherwise. So he said, "Okay, I'm going to give my sentence, and after my sentence, the widow, the brother, and the lawyer, you go." No, the lawyer was not in that time. "I'm going to give my sentence. The widow and the brother should go out and leave me with Stephen." So he said, "You have a right to your private rights, and you have young kids." She said, "Yes." He said, "We cannot give a sentence as for now until your kids come of age. So they have to reach that age of 18.
Okay.
Yes.
Her children essentially needed to give an agreement in terms of then what would happen over the life of their father.
Yes.
Okay.
And thereafter, she said, "Okay, fine." She left the courtroom, and I was like saying to the judge, "How is it that this one person will get like 3 sentences? 5 years, blood money, and now on top of that, execution, How does it jump from one to the other?" So he was trying to make me understand that there's this thing called the public rights and the private rights. Anyway, I asked him, "So how long do I have to stay, He said, he looked at the file and said, "You have at least 7 years. And he told me that actually I did this on your favor. Why? it will give time for the widow to go back and reconsider whether to add something to top up whatever is there already, the quotation that is there already, or, the economies are so bad and living standards are very high. And so there'll be that need that maybe she'll want an upkeep and all. So she might opt to take the money, And if not, once the kids come of age, they can still object to the execution ruling. Yeah.
Okay. So all of this is happening. And again, your mum is here and she's fighting. And again, if we're going to jump a little bit forward, it was clear that at this point, if you were going to be let go, because now we're knocking on 12, 13 years that you've been in prison. And if you were going to be let go, this blood money was coming to about 100 million shillings. And your mother is here in Kenya. She's running from pillar to post, looking for help. She's gone to the ministry. She's gone to as far as the president to ask for help. But one must wonder, while all that was going on, Stephen, did you feel remorse for what happened? Because let's hit it on the head. A man died. You killed a man. Did you feel remorse for what happened to him and take their... Because here you're fighting for your life, essentially, to be released from prison. Your mother is here fighting for you to come home. And let's do this. Let's do this exchange. Money for your life, blood money, essentially. Did it hit you that he had killed your friend?
Yeah, that, as I said, when I came back to my senses, that thing has haunted me for all those years that I've been there, I never ever imagined that, not to mention Abdul Halim, that anybody would die via my hands, So when you talk of remorse, that one has been there ever since, And the Steve you see here was more of a peacemaker, Even when the first time that they heard that Steve had fought, they were like, Steve fighting? It never had occurred that such would come from me, So that thing to death still haunts me that my friend passed on.
Steve, you see, when you talk about the family of Mujahids, you say that the eldest daughter, Susan, is someone you held in your arms. She was still a toddler when you started working there.
Yes.
And here's a question where even during the funeral, you never got an opportunity to say goodbye to your friend or even send condolences.
Yeah.
But here, with a situation where now the blood money has been paid, you are free. Ever got an opportunity to speak to them? You will send a message?
The only message that went to them was via the embassy. Our own, they never allowed us because at one time, Mama and my brother Cyprian tried even to go to Saudi Arabia and just see the Mujahids, send their condolences, and just say sorry. But they were never allowed, They got the tickets, got the vaccines, and it was just a shut door. Why? I can never tell up to now. Personally, of course, when you are behind bars, they can never let you to go out, And as calling-wise, when you should call them, like this time now, I'm supposed to call the widow and send my condolences and all. But they can take it in another way, which can even make matters worse, So we tend to leave it until such a time that all is done, and then you can at least now try to get to them.
Okay. So, Mum, we spoke with you last year, quite some. And at that time, when the blood money agreement had been made, you had a very short time. And I believe at the time we spoke, there was a window period of about 3 months to then be able to get this money in. And you fought tooth and nail. You went as far as you could to then be able to raise this money. At what point then did things turn? At what point did you think that this was not going to be possible?
Actually, thank you. For the longest, it was really like a roller coaster, because one moment you think things are opening, and the next moment the door is like shut. And to be honest with you, it was only in March this year, and 26th March to be precise, when it became evident that Steve-O might finally come. I say might because March to July is still 4 months, and those were months of uncertainty. Remember that from July, when we were given the 3 months in May, actually it was 2 first, in May, after they postponed the first execution on May 15th, then we were given until July 20-something to raise the money. But in no time, the 2 months were over. So we were given until November. That's another 4 months. Yes. But between July and November, I was advised through the embassy that this is not going to be free. You've got to pay something to keep the widow going, because you ought to have paid the blood money by now. And so you had no option but to agree. Now we were moved to November 26th. And our ambassador, His Excellency Mohammed Ramadan Ruwangi, was part. He and a team of 5 others were part of a reconciliatory committee on his side. There were also others on the widow's side. They were part of the reconciliatory committee, and they met. And now being November, and we had been told tersely that if this money is not forthcoming, Steve-O is going to be executed.
Okay.
So the ambassador reached out the document and told me, this is what we agreed. They need, I forget the reals, but the translation was like 2.6 million Kenya shillings to keep the widow going between now and next November, because they wanted a 6-month extension. But 6 months had gone so fast, between May and November, that the ambassador thought it is useless to ask for another 6 months. So he fought for a year. He said, please give us 1 year. And they gave it, and the fee attached to it was 2.6 million, which was not to be counted against the blood money of 150 million. So, but in his wisdom, instead of giving them in a lump sum, he divided it. He chopped it in, call it bite size. It was like 4,000 Saudi Arabia reals per month, which is between 38K and 40K per month. So from November up to last month, I was remitting that. But the last two were pretty troublesome for me because by that time, it was clear that he's leaving, and they had actually gone to court and agreed that she's going to be paid her blood money, and initially she refused because she said, and he can testify to that. Me, I was not in court. Can you tell them what she said?
Yeah. You know, we were actually on video, and she said that the judge said the check is ready, and that she's supposed to collect it, and she said that she cannot collect it at the moment because her IDs have expired. So the judge said the IDs having been expired, they have nothing to do with you collecting the check. But now she says, but where do you want me to put this money? In the house? And even if I don't put it in the house, I cannot deposit it and I cannot withdraw. You see? So how am I supposed to collect it when I cannot even use it? Yeah.
So Kenyans rallied round, Steve.
The judge put down his foot, and 2 days later, she collected the check. So what I was going to say is that I was outraged when, after she took the check, I was still being asked to pay the 140. But that was okay because it was very close to the end. But the most painful one was having to pay in July, because that was now 2 months after she took the check, you know. And I actually cried to the ambassador and said, look, you know, what can you do? You know, just save me from this lady. He said, look, pay, because it might make a difference between Steve being released in 2 weeks rather than 2 months. And then at that point, for some reason, maybe it was God ordained, Maura Waihiga, he's with the BBC, and he has also been on this case, sent me a case from Yemen of an Indian woman who was facing execution even after paying blood money. And that alarmed me.
Sure.
It shocked me into actually going back to the bank. And on that day, I didn't mourn, you know, because whenever I went to pay, I told my teller, they're still on my case, That day, I never spoke because I was petrified at the possibility that from the blue, they might just
reverse.
Yeah, reverse.
So, Mom, here's a situation where your son is home.
Am I?
Your son is home, has been released. And what hangs in the air is fact that someone died in his hands. It is not easy for him. It is not easy for the family, and not easy for you as a
It's
mom.
not.
What are the conversations you're having such that such does not happen again?
For me personally, I have, from the word go, wanted to appease myself by going to the widow. I think I said as much when I was first here. It has been my desire, my burning desire, to go and express my deep pain at Nadia. That is her name. Abdul Rahab Mahmoud. And in recent years, because I asked for that up to the very end, really, I was told the widow is not ready to see you. So I can understand the pain, you know. Me, I had the pain of anticipation that my child might be killed. But here is a case of one where the husband actually died. And I know no amount of money can return the dead. And to tell you the truth, and I'm not saying so because the shoe is on another foot. Personally, I wouldn't consider money. No amount of money can replace life. And that's why I was thinking or obsessed with the forgiveness route. I know that no amount of millions will ever bring back my son's friend. They were friends. He told me as much. Yeah. So there's that. He has spoken himself that he has been haunted by that. Yeah. This is a friend. They used to sit together and eat together, you know. So, as he says, what happened was on the spur of the moment. Yeah. And as he says, I don't know what the fellow said, the late said, but it touched on me. You people are Africans. What touched on me is a matter of speculation, you know. Perhaps it's unmentionable, you know. And I know that men, especially, very few men, even the weakest of men, will not take it when their mothers, whatever, is touched. Let me put it that way. So I'm not forgiving him. Please mark me. But on the spur of the moment, that is how he was provoked.
So Kenyans rallied round, Steve.
Yeah.
Kenyans gave money. Kenyans, you know, threw their support behind your mom when all of this was happening. And I would imagine, and just that from my thinking, that this is something that will stay with you for the rest of your life. What would you have to say? Now you're home, people prayed, people, you know, said all kinds of things in both directions, mind you. And it's painful to hear, but people said, you know what? You did this, so you should pay for it. Others said, well, here's an opportunity for you to then be redeemed. What do you have to say to them who listen today?
That journey was a very long one, and all the efforts that were put in, all the prayers that were put in, can never be taken for granted, you know. And it pains me that I had to subject my family and Kenyans at large to this, that they have to pop up to get me back home, you know. But at the same time, I felt the love, you know, of this Kenyan, because the way people came out in numbers was just overwhelming. And I cannot thank them enough, because the words would not just be enough to express my thanks. But I shall just ask them to accept my humble thanks, and may the Lord shower on them so much blessings, and those pockets, may they be replenished.
So what happens next, now that you're home?
That's a nice one. It's been a long time I've been away, and first of all, I need to catch up with the family before I can start thinking of what next, you know.
All right. Mom, are your tears over?
I know he's not well. Yesterday, I went to his room because I knocked, he didn't open. And when I went, the way he started, it frightened me. It's like, as he says, he's haunted. Yeah? He's still in that. I think my child, my son, needs counseling. He needs physiotherapy, to just cope with what happened. I've said it before that if there's any child from my womb that would not have hurt a fly, it's this one. So it is this one. He was ever so loving to his siblings. He took the firstborn role so seriously that all the siblings looked up to him. And when I asked him over the phone when he was still in jail, what exactly happened? His answer was, Ma'am, that was my first and last fight.
Stephen Monyako Abdul Karim, thank you for being here this morning. Mom,
it's a pleasure.
Dorothy, thank you. Kenyans, thank you for all the work that you did. And it's a complicated one, but then for us to be able to have this conversation as you go into the next phases, we wish you grace. Thank you so much for joining us on the Situation Room this morning. For both of you, we'll catch up again soon.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. It's 6 minutes past 9.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had,
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is no...
And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94 point.
10 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning, and continuing with our conversations. And as we get into them, just looking at a little bit around what the week was. And we'll take this from the youth perspective. But even as we do that, we're going to get into our last bit of where we are with connecting. That's what I was trying to say.
Where we are with connections and connecting. So Safaricom Home Fiber is here. In August, new things, and with it, we're talking about 25% discount and up to double the speeds that you get if you sign up today. Now, with these comes a free router, Aside from a free router, zero installation fee. So all you need to do is just dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app, and you will get connected today. And when we talk about fast speeds, here you will get reliable internet, fast speeds. We're talking about gaming, streaming movies, streaming music, enjoying everything that comes with fast speeds. Safaricom telling you that you will get this anytime, any day, everywhere. All you need to do is just dial *400# and go to My Safaricom Home Fiber app, and you will get all that there. My Safaricom app, and you will get connected today. Remember, this offer starts today and ends on 31st of August. Safaricom feels good to be home with Home Fiber.
Indeed it does. Have you gone onto your Google Play Store or Apple App Store this morning? Well, if you haven't, you still have some time to do that. And what I need you to do is, once you download that, if you have already downloaded it, then good for you. Go to the Loop app. Go to the Loop app and then go to the Grow tab. Once you're on the Grow tab, go to Apply for a Quick Loan. Apply for that, and then let's see what you qualify for. Take a screenshot of all of that and send it to our DMs on SpiceFM KE across socials. Why am I asking you to do this? Well, because there will come a time where cash will be low. You're not going to be able to get on that good deal that somebody may have offered you. You may need to stock up the fridge or get something for the kids now that they're on holiday. That's going to be wanting. Whatever it is that you think that you need a little bit of extra cash for, you don't just have it, Loop is going to be the answer for you today. With a loan limit of up to 100,000 shillings, no queues, no hidden charges, really low interest rates, and a 30 days to pay back up to 100,000 shillings, you can actually apply for a Loop quick loan, and you can do that today in a matter of minutes, because you're trying to make your lifestyle just a little bit easier with these funds coming to you. We'll also extend you 5,000 shillings if you send us that screenshot, and it could be you that goes into the weekend with an extra 5,000 on top of what you apply for this morning. All remembering that Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle. We're wrapping up the week with a conversation on the week that was. Joining us this morning in our youth perspective conversation is Njeri Kahiga, national youth leader. She's here again with us this morning. It's been a minute since you've been, but we're glad that you're back today.
Thank you.
Karibu sana and good morning.
Good morning.
Christopher Mureithi is a leadership consultant, joins us this morning as well. Good morning, looking dapper.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
You.
As we get into this conversation, we're going to look at the week that was. It has a political tinge to it, of course, but we'll get into that just a minute. Dennis is going to welcome you to today's show with today's proverb. Christopher's already smiling. We'd like to hear what your interpretation is.
Yes, so our proverb today comes from Madagascar. So Madagascar is the fourth largest island in the world. It is the only country that has the lemurs. If you've ever watched a Penguins of Madagascar, King Julian, you'll only see another King Julian in Madagascar. Wherever you go, huyo ni mbo. Huyo ni mtu fake. But then again, it is also the country that is considered to be the vanilla land. So the largest percentage of vanilla that is consumed in the world comes from Madagascar. Beautiful country to be in. But let's go to the proverb, right? So the proverb goes like this: better to lose small bits of money than to lose bits of friendship. How would you interpret that? Ladies, go first.
You said it's better to lose?
Better to lose small bits of money than to lose bits of friendship.
I would interpret that to the person is trying to mean that the value of money and the value of friendship. Money is something that you can lose and get tomorrow, but by the virtue of friendship involves a human being, you're not sure if you lose this person, you can get them back depending on both personalities and both instances that led to you people losing each other. And also again, time, maybe by the time you lose me and by the time we are trying to get back seasons, our personalities, society, class, and everything else has come into play. And regardless of how much we try to come back together, it becomes very difficult. And even if we do, it will not be the same. But money, if I lose 1,000, I am able to look for another 1,000 tomorrow. But if I lose my friend here, tomorrow I might get somebody else who is maybe, or I might get him back. But this time, the trust, the whole connection, the vibrations are not the same. Yeah.
And you, Christopher, how would you interpret it?
Yeah, pretty much agree with her. Money is like a rubber ball, falls, bounces back. Friendship, on the other hand, is a glass ball. Falls can be completely shattered. So if you are to drop the rubber ball. It will always bounce back. So money comes, money goes. But friendship, sometimes gone, and gone for
forever.
Good. Well put.
Very well put, indeed. So we're looking into the week that was, and it takes our youth perspective this morning. But that there are a number of things that have come out. And when we look at the political scene, it's very clear that, number one, the broad-based government is in place. That is going to continue for whatever purposes that it must fulfill, that we saw a re-energizing of the same. And this broad-based government that came into place came as a result, from what we are told, of the protests that took place in 2024 around June 25th. And a broad-based government was necessary for certain entrenchment to take place. We'll start with you, Njeri. Is there a general feeling that a bit of stability then now will be injected into the nation and that we can start to move forward?
With now the broad-based?
Well, now with the re-energizing of it, it's now 2.0.
First of all, we've not had stability even when it was initiated. So I doubt whether them rejuvenating it or branding it up again or calling it a different name would bring stability, because I think this nation has a problem of giving solutions that were not needed in the first place. You are bringing a solution to a very different problem, but you want to fix it and make it look like it's the solution needed, because Kenya was not looking for a broad-based government. Kenyans were looking for accountability, because when we look at what led into broad-based government is the Gen Z demonstrations back in 2024. But we did not demonstrate as young people for this country to go into broad-based. We did not go on the roads for some people in ODM to get appointments. We were seeking accountability. We were seeking that the government listens to the young people, listens to Kenyans who pay taxes. We were seeking an audience to be heard, to be seen, and for the government to act immediately in a way that shows us that they are very responsive to our issues. But what government did instead of that is they went looking for political stability, but they did not handle the real issue at hand. They decided to just bring a synthetic solution that nobody had asked for, because I think the entire problem is who really advises our president. And for those who have been close to him, tell us he gives them advice on how to advise him, and that is where the problem came in. Because if he asked me from Nyandarua County what was needed, I would have told him broad-based is not needed. Just ensure that whatever ministry is in place, whoever leader in Kenya Kwanza is in office, they just be accountable to the Kenyan taxpayer. And then you don't need a broad-based government. You don't need to keep looking for your lost enemies. You don't need to keep looking for who and who to fill what patch. Because now what has happened eventually, the problem is still unsolved, and you have developed now a greater problem with the initial team of young people that we are demonstrating, because they have realized we now we not only need to clear the mess in Kenya Kwanza regime, but we need to clear the whole mess of anybody who has been in politics before, and they seem to want to collaborate with the current regime to ensure that our grievances are not heard. And that is where now we find that the likes of ODM veterans some who have really worked for their people back at home might find themselves in 2027, or even today they find themselves, they can't even address a crowd anywhere because people no longer even look at it like me, I am doing. It's just that my party told me to say this and this. They are looking at it. You're an enemy of the people. You are the reason as to why the president does not listen to us, because your boss in ODM has assured him of another term, regardless of whether he works or not, as long as the political stability in his office and in his mentality is working.
See, you talk of a government that doesn't listen, but the government says we are listening. Because when let me just build my case. Because when the Gen Zs said throw away the finance bill, it was thrown out. Then again, when Gen Zs wanted cabinet secretaries to be fired, they were fired. How they came back is a different story. But here's a question where, as we talk about accountability that was being called a seat at the table, and we talk about the real issues at hand, the question that I'm asking Christopher is the government really listening to what is being said? Or is the government concerned on how we're getting back to power in 2027?
The government is on survival mode. Whatever they are doing, they are just doing it for survival. And that's what the political class does every time there is change. And coming back to proverbs, I think one of the most iconic proverbs I have ever heard on this show was a Nigerian proverb that one day wind go blow,
nyash go open,
and foul nyash go show. May I tell you that the foul in this proverb is the Kenya Kwanza government. The wind is a change that is coming, and it's being driven by the young people. And the nyash of the foul is the incompetence of this government. And whenever we call them out, they go back to their old ways of solving problems. Whenever you thought that when we ask for accountability, as long as you call so-and-so and we sit down, then the problems are solved. We cannot solve present problems with the previous mindset that created the problem in the very first place. So when we say the government is listening, yes, it is listening, but to who? It's not listening to the young people. If you look at the 2024 demonstrations, I have been to all the demonstrations. I have had a fair share of my tear gas. I did not go to the demonstrations for a few individuals to get cabinet appointments. That is not what we are looking for. And even in the cabinet, if you look at, they say, oh, I will fire the cabinet. The very next time the appointment, the same guys. Like, I think these people think we are fools at some point. They are convinced that Kenyans are fools and we will forget.
Give credit where it's due to fired.
Oh yeah, indeed they were fired. That's the irony of it. But we shall continue pushing the government and trying to change. What we are having right now is just artificial stability. It just needs one crisis and we'll be back to where we began. So I do not think that the government is keen on solving the problems that the youths have raised. And we are only calling for accountability. We are not asking for much. We are asking for accountability, that when you pick Albert Ojwang from his house and you bring him to Nairobi and murder him, and then you stand in front of the entire nation and say that he hit his head on the wall. That from Homa Bay, there were no walls in Homa Bay. He found walls in Nairobi. And that is the National Police Service saying that, an institution that we have entrusted with taking care of our security. And this goes beyond the national security. It shows that there's a problem at the top.
What does accountability look like, Njeri? How would you know these things that Murray is saying, that, we want the government to be accountable, we need it to look a certain way, we need leadership to thrive and shine? How would you know that accountability then is taking place? How would you know that then leadership is living up to the bill?
First of all, accountability is not something that you need to shout on top of sunroofs to tell people that there is accountability in the country. Anybody, regardless of which lifestyle they live, they'll tell you in their small capacity that this government is accountable. The moment somebody in Kibera walks into any hospital and they find that the health insurance is working, they can tell you that at least the government is accountable on matters health. When anybody who is a parent or anybody who is a student walks to school and they can learn without having to close 1 week prior or 2 weeks prior, or in a situation where we are finding that school buses are being auctioned because government promised capitation, it's not yet delivered. Auctioneers ndio hawa, in accountability. For me as a young person, I've always emphasized that when the government is accountable, we don't need to be told. I will feel it in my pocket. I'll feel it as an employer that accountability is happening in this country. When I look at the input and the output in my company, as a young business person, I can be able to tell when the government is accountable of my taxes, because I can see how my taxes are being used. When I go back to Nyandarua County, or when I go to Kisumu County and I am walking into development, I am looking at projects that we have started at a certain time, finished on time, and I can be able to see from the accountability data that this money was spent during this duration, it was paid to so and so. But welcome to Kenya, where projects will be stalled, but we can wake up one morning and we find a delegation of 100 people flying with a private jet to just go see White House in the US, to go for some photo sessions, then come back. Welcome to Kenya, where we can talk about when a module is being brought up. We already have one in place, but instead of us upgrading, we realized, no, we need new names. And the new names that we need is the same name that Njeri had, the same ID number. But I think we just want it in a different style. I don't know whether it's how we write it down, because I've never understood to date why we had to spend close to 100 billion for us to have the same data that NHIF had. I mean, we're in technology. The world is very evolved in terms of technology. I would have expected even today, if I have a phone and I want to change into another, I can just transfer data. But 100 billion is it? Then again, welcome to a country where you will listen to the deputy president talk of empowerment. And at the end of the day, media tells us that the empowerment was 64 shillings. And it begs now, we beg to ask as young people, why do you need to bring people foodstuffs and call it empowerment when basically these people can't afford basics like education? They can't afford healthcare. They can't even afford just the basics of any other person as a Kenyan. And finally, we get to see that the person who is bringing development, when we look at his whole life as a civil servant, the money he's bringing to develop, because there is nothing in the budget called empowerment programs. We don't have such amounts of money, but we see them running in 2 months. Somebody has spent 100 million and they tell us it's their money. You see somebody's building a church and they tell you it's their money, but you are going to build the church on public land. You've not given us the process that you used. There is no legal documentation to show that you did it legally, And when we look at how much you are earning and how much you are doing charity with and building churches, giving empowerment, it does not tarry. Even if you are the president, nobody can afford to throw away 100 million in a month or two. Why would you give 20 million donation, sadaka, to a church when there is a school somewhere in your constituency, back in Tharaka-Nithi, that is built of mud, that a student can just sit and see outside? They can't even, if it rains, those people can't have basic learning. Then when you listen to Njeri come to studio in the morning and tell your government to be accountable, what do? You ensure that weekend, that young person sleeps in the cold floors. And, I saw a clip of Milimani Law Courts whereby the magistrate said, the DCI and the CAK officers have to show up, come rain, come sunshine, because you cannot bring a Gen Z to court because they put somebody in a coffin. Then when it's time to testify, when it's time for the hearing, you tell us that the officers are on a workshop. The DCI officer is in a workshop. The CAK officer is in a workshop. But the Gen Z has been, the coal cells has been in the dock from day one. Meaning you brought somebody to a parking dock. Yani you've made our serious courts to be a parking lot for the young people to just come, you throw them there, and they don't care which charges they bring onto you, because I've been to court and somebody has been brought for terrorism. And when you try understand the vocabulary of terrorism and what the person was doing, you really beg to understand, does the ODPP really go through these things, or they just wake up and think of a heavy vocabulary that is going to shake that court and the whole country, and this suffers?
Also, welcome to a country where we launch wild beast migration. But then again, if you look at the broad-based government that has been put in place, one of the things that has come out of that is that there is need to have a national conclave. There's need to have this dialogue. There's need for people to sit and have a conversation. And if you look at the 10-point agenda, talk about end of police brutality, creation of jobs, the economy to be good, and does not need a conclave or national dialogue for such things to happen, because those are things that governments anyway ought to provide to their citizenry. But let's take the route of having a dialogue and a national and a conclave. Is that something that Kenya needs to have, or do we just need that constitutionalism to be respected, Christopher?
But have you noticed that the word conclave and the word conman, they both start with con?
Oh, wow. Okay. Mm-hmm.
This is another con game. I mean, we have had so many conclaves in different names. We have the NADCO, we have so many reports. By the way, whenever the government does not want to do something about an issue, they call for a task force or a dialogue. But I think we are beyond the talking stage, because the things we are asking for is just the implementation of our constitution. And before I proceed, allow me to give a shout out to Oginde, Bishop, for praying truth to power. I think you saw during the signing of the conflict of interest bill, he really prayed, and in his prayer he mentioned the Ananias and Sapphira, he mentioned Judas, and he mentioned, who was the other guy? Achan, a guy called Achan. By the way, they all died at the end of the story behind it is that they died because they tried to circumvent the system. And I was so happy because he was addressing the right audience. The Ananias and Sapphiras, the Judases, they were in the room. And that's why if you looked at the end of the prayer, the amen was subdued. As a matter of fact, amen means let it be so.
Yes.
He just fell short of saying, whoever circumvents this law, may he drop dead. And that can explain why the amen was subdued. So shout out to him for being bold enough to offer that prayer. But beyond prayers and dialogue, what we need now is action. For example, during 24 demonstration, after the demonstrations, the president promised, I am going to reduce the number of advisors by 50%. Then there were 7. Today, there are 21, if not more. They have more than tripled. What dialogue do you need to implement that? He then went ahead and said, we shall reduce expenditure. There will be no more harambes. Now, who is the person contributing the most in harambes in churches? The very person who said that we will stop this. What dialogue do we need for that? May I tell you, there is no dialogue or law that can legislate bad manners. And what we just have right now is bad manners in our governance. And as she was talking about accountability, see, accountability is simply when you're wrong, say I'm wrong. Because the currency of leadership is trust. People will only follow you to the extent that they trust you. The day that you lose the trust with the people is the day that they stop following you. And often I have said that he who thinketh that he leadeth, yet no one followeth, is simply taking a walk. You are a hiker, not a leader. And right now, these guys are just hiking by themselves in a name called broad-based. But the people are not with them.
They might find their way to the summit, though. And I think that's a question that I want to come back and ask.
That summit will be Sugoi.
That's what many see the summit being the election 2027, and somebody might come out the winner of all of this if certain things don't happen. And that's what we want to come back and talk about this break, because there's a question for both of you in terms of, actual things that can be done and the things that will lead up to those. I'll ask you that in a minute when we come back from that. Have you gone to your Loop app in the meantime? If you've not gone to your Loop app, what on earth are you waiting for? So you have that financial emergency, those urgent funds needed. And Loop is saying, you guys, you know what? Come and get the Loop Quick Loan. And that's what you do when you get onto the Loop app and you go to the Grow tab. You will find the opportunity to then apply. 100,000 shillings is what you can apply for with very, very minimal interest rates. Also, you're not going to have to line up, no paperwork, no going down to the branch and waiting in a long line of people. You don't have to worry about any of that. In a matter of minutes, you can get it done. Take a screenshot of your application, send it to us on our DMs, SpiceFMKE. It could be you who gets extended 5,000 shillings going into the weekend. That's a lot that can be done with that. Go to your Loop app. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Our conversation now at 24 minutes to 10. Christopher Mureithi and Njeri Kahiga are our guests this hour, and we're looking into certain questions. And the question has been, or rather the statement has been, you've said it this morning, Christopher, we're not interested in the conversation. Certain things that could have been done without us coming together. You don't have to form a convention. You don't have to get people, holed up in hotels for days to have a conversation around this, because that's the imagination in our heads, right? Jerry says you don't have to stand on top of vehicles for us to know that you're accountable. We'll see the thing being done. Well, okay. If there's nothing tangible that you can do now, the questions around, number one, voter education, and then actually going and, if you don't have an ID, get it. If you don't have a voter's card, register for it. And then on the day itself, show up and vote. Those are questions that we're asking. No, we don't seem to be having that conversation in terms of what's happening to ensure that people actually are understanding of what it takes to vote in an election. To vote for 6, from MCA all the way to president. Are people right now beyond this, what we are saying, we don't want a conclave, we don't want this, we want accountability, we want responsibility, we want an end to corruption? Have people thought about what happens at the ballot come the next general election? Jerry?
First of all, in terms of the conclave conversation, I was to say that like any layman's language, when I go to Mashinani and I ask them, me being a very vocal young person, when government wants to do such conversations, they ensure that they first call the very vocal people. And I ask people from my county and people from the people that I stand up for, the young people, what would happen if I was to sit in those tables? And they tell me, for one, you would not really be at the table with factual information, because the people, the Gen Z who were murdered, are the only ones who can tell us stories of how it was done, when and by who. So the conversation we are going to have is from second, third parties, fourth parties, 10th parties, The people that would have that conversation better are the victims that and death tells no stories, So I think the government needs to understand that the situation that they are calling conclave is with the wrong people. Because how does a kid less than 13 years who was just watching TV at their home, I go as Njeri Kahiga to sit at the table and engage on how a repeat of the same can't happen without me giving the facts that led to such things, And then when we talk about 2027, one thing I'm happy about right now is that the parents or the age group of millennials and above have felt the need that they must engage the young people in this conversation of how do we do it in 2027. And every time when I go to Mashinani, they tell me that we, as the older people for a long time, have voted on the most popular person. Somebody wakes up and tells you, no, I'm a daughter of a single mother, I'm a son of a single mother, and we feel pity on them and give them votes. But you people as Gen Z have informed us and have given us civic education to understand that we need somebody who can read a finance bill. We need a young person, or we need anybody who can go to parliament and stand up for the Kenyan people. The Kenyan voter has understood that finance bill will be there every other financial year. Eventually, 5 years ago, if you ask people what is a finance bill, in some remote county, they would have looked at you and told you they don't know what that is. But I'm glad with the level of information that we have right now as a nation, and with the level of how quick information goes to Mashinani, every voter right now knows that we will be looking for leaders with certain qualities. So we've moved from we are looking for leaders to we are looking for leaders with certain qualities, certain qualifications, you know. Some time back, you would have had a conversation about education qualifications with the voters, and they would have told you that even a class 2 dropout can advise you, and they can give you better moral advice or better economic advice because they have run businesses and they are now multi-billion people. But then again, they have understood that sadly, the practicality of that in parliament does not work like that. Parliament is not like a shop where you give me money, I give you some sugar or some rice. I have to read this document, understand it, interpret it, and compare the situation of what is in the document and my Mashinani people, and confirm that this document is not going to bring them down, it's going to uplift their source of living, you know. And finally, as young people, I am really encouraging anybody, regardless of whether you know, and then again, this notion of me, I don't like politics. You know, me by this sipendangi siasa. Me, I just like doing my things. Right now, even when you go to TikTok, you find the young people calling out social influencers. They call out people in the entertainment industry who don't stand up when certain things happen. Now look at the alcohol bills that are policies that have come up. Look at the betting restrictions that have come up. Those things directly affect the social influencers. And these are the same people for like 5-10 years ago used to tell us, me, whatever government is there, me, I'm okay. You know, mi nafaa kuwa katikati juu ya job yangu. Now, your job yako has been compromised because of the political space that is there. So we are now in a country where everybody feels they want to get involved. Because if you don't get involved, because your industry is not affected today, tomorrow you will wake up and you'll be like, oh, we can no longer have brand ambassador jobs because bettings are no longer being done on media. So we can no longer have these because somebody has felt that we need to change the age of alcohol consumption. And sometimes I think we have a government that creates a problem, then solves it after like a week or after a month or after like 3 months to simply say we are working. And even if they solve it, they forget that the negativity that it cost within those 2, 4, 5 months can never be repaid. Because imagine of a university student who dropped immediately the school fees skyrocketed. That person probably saizi ashanifungua kibanda mahali, ashanunua trolley ya kuuza mayai. Then 6 months later, you now saying, oh, as government, we've listened, and by the way, we've instructed the schools to use this kind of school amounts. This person already lost hope. Could be this person now no longer feels the need to go back to school. Regardless of the fact whether you've changed it or not, the fact that you brought you brought the problem made this person feel they no longer need to be in school.
So even backtracking and saying, okay, well, we can do something about it, are we still saying that that's wrong, Njeri?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm simply saying morally, it's not something we can appreciate as young people, because make me understand why the reasoning, because no new employee has come to play. No new thing has come into play. The only thing is that we raised concerns, and you have now made it look like you've listened to the concerns, but we know deep down in your hearts, not that you've listened to concerns, it's a political strategy, because you've had people say that right now there's no money, but igava italeta pesa 2026 tutakuwa na do ndio tuwachague tena. So even Kenyans understand how politics is played, that government can milk dry mwananchi, then flood money close to elections to show mwananchi that, oh, our economy now is back to float. But that's not the situation. What they've done is they've just ensured that where they were milking dry, they will not milk this season, because they need you the next season to bring them back. And I want to tell government one thing. You would rather pray and hope that this generation that you are dealing with, in terms of our parents who are now more informed courtesy of us, the veterans that are with you in politics who are okay with games, you would rather pray that everybody else is blind. But truth of the matter is, nobody is blind. People can see through your lies. People can see through your games. And sadly enough, people are so open about it that they don't even care where they'll say it. Even in barrios, you'll listen to government donate 1 million when a content creator has passed on. People will keep quiet and wait for the day of the burial, and they'll tell you to your face, by the way, that money you ought to have given that person when they lived. But these people, you thought that bringing the money will neutralize the issue, but they look at you to your face and they'll tell you, by the way, ungepatiwa mtu this time. And finally, as I complete, I need to tell the government that this intolerance, political intolerance, that you are bringing amongst the Gen Z and the government will get to a point that it gets extremely messy.
So here's a situation where we look at a government and you say we understand how they're operating, would stifle the economy, then later come flood. But here's a situation where, as you spoke earlier, Chris, that everyone is trekking, but everyone is trekking towards the summit, right? Regardless of how we're going to look at it. And we have now an IEBC that is in office. And everyone is planning themselves on how they will get to that apex, whether they will crawl, whether they will walk, or they will fly there. Everybody wants to get there. Are we having conversations as the youth of this country, as the Gen Zs of this country, who want change, who want accountability, who want jobs provided? Are we having conversations around the need of everyone to participate in elections, the need to make the right choices, the need to even hold these leaders accountable when they come with this money and flood it on the citizenry to be able to get their vote? Or are we just having these discussions on the streets by protesting and not going down on ground and take civic education that would then inform the kind of leaders that get to office?
The first question I ought to ask is, how did we get to the streets? We begin from there. We got to the street because in our structure of governance, we have the three arms of government. We have the judiciary, we have the executive, and we have the legislature. The legislature is meant to be the voice of the masses. We send them there to represent the voice of the people. It is until the people feel that the people we sent are no longer speaking the language or speaking the things we sent them that we feel the need to invoke Article 1 of the Constitution, that all sovereign power belongs to the people and they can exercise it directly. That's why we go to the streets. So even as we talk about change, it is not just about coming out to vote. The youth will no longer be just a voting machine. It is come out and run for those positions. Because until we clean the mess that is in Bunge, we shall keep making a lot of this noise. Because I think the weakest link to our governance in this country is the National Assembly. If you talk about a punitive finance bill, who passed the punitive finance bill? Bunge. When we talk about maybe an incompetent CS, that CS went through a vetting process where? In Bunge, and they approved it. When we talk about IEBC and whatever you are
raising the debt ceiling.
Raising the debt ceiling, that all happens in Bunge. So where the cleanup needs to happen is Bunge. By the way, the president doesn't have to go for the 5 years. That is, we have a provision in the Constitution that Bunge can actually impeach the president. But if you look at the current Bunge that we now have, they are singing, they have joined the State House Symphony. just singing to the crescendo of the Kenya Kwanza government. So even as we talk about agitating for good governance, we must participate in politics. And I dare quote Abraham Lincoln, who said, failure to participate in politics, you end up being ruled by your inferiors. And as we have seen in this country, people who inform policy, it is rumored that some of them are primary school dropouts, yet they are driving policy in this country. And then you wonder, what's wrong? Where are we headed as a nation? So as the young people, besides going to the streets, that's an option, but with the same energy and with the same zeal and with the same vigor, we must participate in actually capturing power. And I want to urge the young people, power is not given. Power is taken. The people who are already there don't want to relinquish those positions. We must take it by force through the ballot. So even as we come to these studios, we don't just come to make noise here. Some of us are very engaged in the grassroots. Some of us will be running for those positions because we believe we can do much better.
Tell me about this grassroots engagement, because that seems to be where the rubber hits the road here. That how many people are informed about this, educated. The number of people that we've been told from former IEBCs who get onto a ballot paper, for example, are not even quite sure how to mark it, even if the thing is standing there. Marking a ballot, first of all. Talk less of then making a connection between how you see debt, for example, okay, how you see debt in the country, and that how relates directly to the individual that you have voted to be in a particular place. Are we making the connection for people to understand that the decision you make at the ballot for your member of parliament, this person is going to sit in a plenary sometime in the future and make a decision about the debt that your country will take, which then has a forbearance on the taxes that you pay. Are we making that connection for people so that when I go to the ballot, as this young person that you're talking about is going to storm parliament, are they making that connection? Do we know? Are we training? Are we teaching? Are we learning? Are we understanding? Because I dare say that without that, even if you have Jesus Christ himself on the ballot, it won't make a difference.
I think there are two great motivators for human beings. One is pleasure, the other is pain. And the pain that this government has meted on the people, they are feeling it at an individual level. You see, for a long time, the middle class has been accused of not participating in politics because somehow they did not feel the impact of the policies made by government. But right now, because of the payslip, I believe everyone is feeling the pain. And when the payslip, you have a payslip, has been milked dry, so much so that the milk is over, the water is over, now it's just blood that is remaining on the payslip. The money you used to send to your folks back in shags, you no longer have that luxury, that headroom to send the money. So they no longer receive the money they used to receive from you. So that pain is so much in this country that people don't need much more encouragement. They already feel the pain. And now the part that is remaining is to let them know that, you see, this pain you feel right now has been caused by certain policies that have been passed by the person you sent to parliament who chose not to listen to you, but decided rather to play to the tune of those who did not send them there. So if you want change, you must send better people who are willing to listen to what you're saying, because at the end of the day, democracy is a government for the people, of the people, and by the people. At the end of the day, it must be for the people. It can't be for just a few people in this country. And as I let my sister also chime in, I want to quote an economist, a 19th century French economist. His name was Bastiat. And he said, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves legal systems that authorize it and a moral code that glorifies it. A legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. For a long time in Kenya, we have often glorified thieves and vilified saints for a long time, because people never used to feel the pain of the person you actually elect. Right now, the 60 or so Gen Zs who were killed in 2024, who killed them? It is not the gun that killed them. It is their member of parliament who did not listen to them when they said we not want this bill, and went ahead and passed it, and then that necessitated the Gen Z to go to the streets, and that's where they met their death. The person who killed that person, that Gen Z, that young person, is not the bullet. It is a bad leadership, and for that reason, it touches directly to the pain that every Kenyan is feeling right now. And if you ask me, what do I want? Do I want a house or do I want to be alive? I will choose being alive any day. Do I want empowerment, the 64 shillings, or do I want to be alive? I choose to be alive any single day. Anything plus death is not worth it. So we are actually doing a lot of civic education on the grassroots. We are letting the people know, hey, the choice you make, indeed, choices have consequences. And in physics, Newton's third law of motion says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when we are crying about bad leadership, truth be told, those leaders did not fall from heaven. We put them there. To improve the situation, we just need to put better leaders
and
on those
positions. Are demanded by processes. And that is what I'm asking. Are we plugged into those processes to say that, you know what, we can involve, we can activate, we can engage, which absolutely is necessary. But are we ready?
Kenyans are quite ready, but unfortunately, first of all, Kenyans are very disappointed because IEBC say that they don't have the legal procedure in place for Kenyans to recall their members of parliament.
Yes,
now,
they did,
I am worried. We have the procedure to impeach a deputy president and embarrass ourselves in the whole world, but we don't have the procedure to impeach the MP who impeached the deputy president. That is double standard, you know. And they didn't say this when the impeachment of the deputy president came on the table, because if they did, we as Kenyans would have said, then that house does not have the moral grounds to then impeach somebody, because if you can't be impeached on accountability, on corruption, on anything, why would you have the moral authority to tell us so and so should be impeached? Finally, I need to tell the young people that we as young people who are vocal enough and are trying to make a better country tomorrow and trying to go to parliament, because as I've always said, I'm going to vie for women rep Nyandarua County. But I have a problem with a government that does not want to work and does not want Kenyans to be told what a working leader looks like. Because it's okay for the president to go to church in Kariobangi. It's okay for the president to go to church in AIC Machakos. But it is not okay for opposition to go into church in Nyandarua, in Nakuru, in Murang'a, in wherever they want to go to church. That we have gotten, the bar is too low politically that we go to churches and listen to pastors tell us that they've had to switch off their phones for the last 1 week from Monday, ever since they told their members that the committee agreed that certain visitors from a political affiliation can come to church. Now they have to switch off their phones because they'll be called day in, day out. You know, I was in Nakuru when DCP members and our leaders were tear gassed. And do you know how sad it was to walk into church 9 a.m. and at the entrance of the church is a cruiser, Land Cruiser, with policemen, with those, you know, those rungus, those helmets. I'm going to church, for God's sake. And now when the preacher preach and they say, you know, guys, I'm reading from this and this book, but trust you me, tomorrow I'll be called to explain why I had to preach this particular book. So we have a problem of a government that does not want to work for Kenyans. And when people because a church is a place where people can be informed, where they can shape society. When the church, when opposition, when patriotic Kenyans want to shape the country, you deny them the democracy that they should, that is infringed in the constitution. Because why are you tear gassing Senator Metho and us when we go to Murang'a to tell people that Mahindi na Mbosho is not empowerment, but you want people in Kariobangi South to clap when you tell them you've brought them 64 shillings, you know? That is double standards. Why are you tear gassing people who are standing on top of cars to say, this is not accountability, this is wrong, but you want to stand on vehicles and tell us that I've done this and this and that? So I want to tell government that no amount of intimidation is going to stop opposition, and especially me as a member of DCP. And no young person is going to leave those prisons and those cells that you take as every other weekend and come say 2 term. Sorry, they live and say that 1 term louder, because I've never understood, if I say this is pink and you say this is green, why are you mad that I said it's pink? If you think it's green, it's fine.
That's okay.
If I think it's pink, it's fine. I think this government needs to, maybe we can allow them, because if they have billions to do a church, we can allow them also pick some savings from their savings, as they tell us, and take themselves for a workshop. Then they can learn simple things like self-esteem. They can learn simple things like having the confidence that whatever they are saying is correct. Because if you have that confidence that whatever you're telling us is correct, why would you have a problem if I have a different opinion? And I think this government, if I had money, why not for the fact that I'm among the 3 million Kenyans who are young people who are unemployed, but from time to time government inatupeanga nini errands kidogo hapa, maandamano 1-2 we become freedom fighters from time to time. we get part-time jobs sometimes. Why not for that fact? I would have walked into a bookshop, bought millions of constitutions and distributed to every government official, and especially the police, for them to read and reread what makes them have the power to carry that gun. Because if this constitution is what is allowing us, you as a president, have a convoy, have a security, have all the privileges, why don't you want to read that chapter that says Njeri has a right to demonstrate? Why do you want to read it like some sort of a newspaper, where you want to read the juicy headlines, but the obituaries and where people are being auctioned, you say, apana hii sitasoma, So we need the government to know that we as young people will keep saying things as they are. You can arrest people every other day, but truth of the matter is, it has gotten to a point that you even hear that the police force is in 2 categories. Wale wenye wanaona ni vizuri, na wale hawaoni ni vizuri. It's sad that we are even talking about denying KDF food. It has never been heard of. What do you mean? Unanyima mtu chakula, but you have money to buy red bottoms. You have money to tour around this country in choppers. What do you mean there is no money for school capitation, but you have money to fuel choppers, to Uber around guns and all those kind of things during maandamano for youths who are demonstrating somewhere in Mashinani to be fired up? So that is it, and I really appreciate the media for standing up. And sometimes even you, the media, get caught up. Sometimes mnapata pia nyinyi mnazimiwa, but mjue mkizimua tutatokea kwa barabara, wakituzima tunatokea kwa barabara. We are going to stand up for everybody, including the media, including the churches, including the Kenyan voter. And we as the young people are going to pray that every voter will give a chance to a sober leader, regardless of their age, regardless of their pockets.
Njeri Kahiga is a national youth leader. Christopher Murray, the leadership consultant, joined us also this morning to wrap up this week's The Situation Room with these conversations necessary for us to have, and look forward to talking with you again in the future. Asante Sana. At 2 minutes past 10, have a good weekend. We'll talk again on Monday.
Morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Stephen Munyaho, the man who'd been sentenced to death in Saudi Arabia for manslaughter following a fatal fight with his Yemeni colleague, has been sharing his side of the story with SpiceFM. It comes a day after he apologized to Abdul Halim Mujahid's family, saying he deeply regrets the incident. Munyaho, whose return came after successful diplomatic and community-led campaign secured his release, recounted the events that led to his incarceration on the night of April the 9th, 2011. He claimed that he disagreed with Halim after he allegedly blocked him from collecting his salary, leading to a heated argument which escalated into a physical fight. A warning: you might find his account disturbing.
He used bad words actually that touched on my mother, that didn't augur well with me. So I held him by the shirt, and that's how the fight broke up. So there was this fire extinguisher that he tried to hit me with, and I happened to squeeze the nozzle, and the room was just full of white powder, So I was not seeing him, he was not seeing me. But the next thing, I just felt a stab on my thigh. And when I was still reacting, another stab on the hand, on my left hand.
Eventually, Munyaho got hold of the knife and the scene turned gory.
To overpower him, actually, got the knife and I returned it, So
You returned it, what does that mean?
I stabbed him also on the chest.
So you took the weapon?
Yeah, I took it from him and I used it on him.
Did you know what you were doing in that moment?
Not at all.
You didn't know what you were doing with the knife?
No, I am saying I took the knife, just returning what had been done on me. But that it would end like that. No, actually, he did not die because of the stab wound. The doctor reports clearly states that he lost a lot of blood. That's how he died.
Munyaho's mother, Dorothy Kweyu, who'd accompanied her son, said he's not himself and needs psychosocial support.
I know he's not well. Yesterday, I went to his room because I knocked, he didn't open. And when I went, the way he started, it frightened me. It's like, as he says, he's haunted. Yeah? He's still in that. I think my child, my son, needs counseling. He needs physiotherapy, to just cope with what happened. I've said it before that if there's any child from my womb that would not have hurt a fly, it is this one. He was ever so loving to his siblings. He took the firstborn role so seriously.
Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa is in the country for a regional summit aimed at advancing peace efforts in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Musalia Mudavadi received Mnangagwa on Wednesday evening at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport ahead of today's